Welcome everyone to the Umzansi Promotion Relegations. My name is Proxy and I'll be your host for today. Of course, I'm not alone. This time we're joined with the FIFA casters that we know and love. It's Tendo, it's Snare, going to be taking you through all the action today. But talking about it, we've got quite an interesting one today. We've got a FIFA segment and a PUBG Mobile segment, so a lot packed in today. And this is the first time we'll actually be seeing the FIFA boys going head to head. So interesting enough, let's take a look at your schedule. Of course, today we have DarthMayhem versus Bihara taking it off 1v1 mano on mano. Whoever wins today is automatically finding themselves a spot in Umzansi. And then, of course, the 4 Erangel maps that we all know. Well, potentially, if you're new to PUBG Mobile, bam, there's some maps for you to look at. So for that being the case, let's take a look at the brackets for FIFA, how things are working, and just to remind you what we should be looking out for and what these players are actually playing for today. So you can see we've got 4 players, 2 from Umzansi, 2 from Inkosi. The Umzansi players obviously fighting it out to stay in this, to stay in Umzansi, and the Inkosi players looking for that opportunity to take it up with the big dogs. So very important games here. I mean, Snare, talk us through. We've got Darth and we've got Bihara today. Any expectations?
So this is one of the more interesting ones, right? And I think this is the one to really watch over the weekend. Atibira did really well in the Inkosi Super Cup and was really consistent and played extremely well over the course of the weeks. But DarthMayhem, unfortunately, was also very consistent, but in the opposite direction. The only player to not post up any victories, wasn't able to really show any of his talents, show any of his skill, show off why he got to the Umzansi Esports League to begin with. So after all the time, he's finally going to have an opportunity where he's finally actually favored in a matchup where he has the opportunity to get a W on the board and come back into the Umzansi Esports League looking for that kind of redemption. But Atibira, of course, he wants to continue that consistency, take it from Inkosi Super Cup to the Umzansi Esports League. So I think this is like the perfect matchup about what promotion and relegation is all about. So I think that's going to be one of these that you cannot take your eye off the ball. Both of them going to be extremely hungry, but for very different reasons.
Woo! That is a lot at stake, and there are your players right there. So, I mean, very interesting things. I mean, obviously, we're going to be seeing what Bihara has in store for Darth today, whether it's going to be a surprising, wrench in the works, or if Darth, as you said, might be taking his first W of the season in a very important fashion. Of course, we want to see if they can stay in and if they can continue this rise. I mean, Tendo, what are you thinking today here? I mean, obviously, this is massively important for Darth, but do you think that these Inkosi players might be hiding maybe a little bit of a diamond in the works?
Yeah, I always feel like the best talent is always the undiscovered talent, the talent that's working their way up. They have a little bit more grit to them. So, the likes of Darth, especially going through the entire season, suffering such a, I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, that goal difference was, record breaking the way, we went on about it throughout the season. So I'm just wondering if he has enough steam to come into this game, finishing at the bottom. And for somebody like Ati, who's got all of it to live for, you know what I'm talking about? Like, you have to come with all the energy, all the steam to just bring it into this game, and you can book yourself a spot in that Umzansi Esports League. I mean, that's like a look. Obviously, if you stay in the league, it's the reward of staying in the league. The likes of Moby, etc., which is good. You get a chance to compete the next season, right? But you always got to think of like that pay upgrade once you get into the Umzansi Esports League that people, are fighting for, that isn't quite the same in the Inkosi Super Cups, right? So there's definitely that weighing down on these players' shoulders right now, just to get that opportunity to compete, to get into that top 4 slot, to become the next young Savage,
That's what we want to see. We want to see if there's some talent lurking in the rest of Africa. And I mean, looking at it now, this is going to be an interesting one because it's an immediate, either you're in or you're out. There's no double elimination. There's no second chances. This is the end all be all of FIFA promotion relegation. 2 days, 2 different winners, 2 different losers, unfortunately. It's just how it has to be, and the rest have to come back for the next season of Inkosi. So they're going to have to quite fight it out here. So tell me something, what do you think the goal, in terms of the goal difference of Darth and the rest, how do you think that will impact them going into these matchups?
I think especially with Darth, for him, because of the fact that he has been scored against so many times, in a kind of a weird way, that he's experienced every possible kind of goal that can happen against a player. So that's a lot of time to be able to practice the defense, a lot of tape, right? Of if you want as much of many resources of what I did wrong and how to improve, he has that definitely. Whereas for Atibira, he did really well, but also did really well against worse competition. Whereas for DarthMayhem, he did really badly, but against the best on the continent. So it kind of, I think it's probably going to level out a little bit, and it might favor DarthMayhem a little bit more because he hasn't been able to find any scoring rhythm. So if he does find it now, then he knows exactly what to defend against, right? He's defended and has been able to, like over the course of the weeks, we started seeing him towards the back end actually doing legitimately better in terms of his own defense. So if he can leverage those kind of lessons, despite having to, the mental toll, I think, is where he has to really work with that. But in terms of the substance on the field, it might turn out to be a benefit for him in the long run.
So, I mean, to follow up on that question, Tendo, you can take this one. Do you think then it's actually going to be a close game, or do you think Darth, just because of the experience that he's had with Umzansi, he might just be able to run away with it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very tough one to call. I think Snare has broken it down quite well in what he said because, Dart's been in the thick of it for the most part, right? He's gone up against the very best, on the continent for the most part, right? So is that experience really going to loom over him and cast a cloud over Ati? I don't know. I feel like this talent coming out of the Inkosi Super Cup might just be the last nail in the coffin for Darth. I feel like if he was performing the way Bobo was performing, I would probably give it to to him in this way. But I just think the way he performed the duration of the season. Yes, he's had time to improve it, but man, it's going to be tough, especially if Ati's got everything unlocked,
And plus, he doesn't actually know what he might not be going up against because he hasn't been facing it. We might be seeing a whole different setup. We might be seeing a whole different strategy coming to play, which is what happening in PUBG Mobile, actually, with Inkosi. The Inkosi players are taking names and kicking some absolute butts here. So it could be the same thing. It could be just a complete fresh new energy that some of the players from Umzansi who are in danger of being relegated aren't ready for. Like you said, we might be looking for the next young savage. Who knows? There might be anything goes at this point.
I mean,
but yeah, you said.
I was just gonna say that like all the players that are here who are in the situation to be relegated came from Inkosi Super Cup, right? They found their way through this promotion. So exactly like how you're saying, the fact that they haven't been as much in the spotlight works in their advantage, and it worked for them the first time around. Who's to say it won't work for the next round of Inkosi Super Cup winners? So this actually might be the most dangerous place to be because, like exactly like you say, like the people coming from the top, more expectation, more burden, everything to gain from the people from the bottom. And there's a reason why, for the most part, there's been very few players who've retained their positions in the Umzansi Esports League.
That's exactly it. But I mean, that's what we love. It keeps the competitive scene awake and it keeps it alive and it keeps it rejuvenated, which is what we need. So I mean, Tendo, I'm gonna go for you. What advice would you give for anyone coming back, either having to be relegated to Inkosi Season 4 or who might be thinking about joining Inkosi Season 4 to see if they can get themselves up into the Umzansi leagues and to see if they can go for it? But looking like the brackets are going up against, what do you think? Do you think it's... What advice would you give them?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just consistency and practice at the end of the day. I think that's going to be your biggest strength in those kind of situations, because at the end of the day, it's like an A tier league, a B tier league, etc., etc. Those are still leagues that you have to hold up, to your own regard. So it's definitely understanding how to work the levels and where you can see improvement. I think the most empowering thing is definitely coming from the bottom and trying to work yourself up to the top, right? Which is something that I feel like the likes of Bobo, the likes of Darth might struggle with, right? Because sometimes when you get to the top, you feel comfortable. And maybe that's that's happened to them in this season. So the problem is they just going to be the cycle of players going up and down these relegation matches, or are we going to get a season where, players that come in from the Inkosi Super Cup are threats, are rivals to the likes of the Beast, to Masum, etc., moving forward? That is just something that I think the players have to just commit towards and work towards, being the very best that they can. And I think everybody has the ability and the capability to do it. It's just how much time and grind and effort do you put into it, right?
It's exactly that. And if you're willing to work on your mistakes, then we need to see those results. And we want to see those results this weekend. So, I mean, Snare, coming to you there, what has been the main issue that you've seen with Darth? What's the main reason you think he's here? Obviously, the scoreline speaks a little bit to that, but how did he get there? How did that scoreline come to be?
I kind of think the main problem for Darth Mayhem overall was that a distinct lack of confidence as well in terms of his play on the field, right? You can almost tell when a player doesn't necessarily back themselves and they're just playing reactively, or just sort of waiting to fail rather than trying to find a way to succeed even in the face of really big challenges. So I think over the course of I don't forget how many goals he scored, but it wasn't that many. And even a lot of the goals that he did score, it didn't necessarily feel like it came fully from his own initiative, from his own desire and agency on the pitch. So I think that's probably been his biggest issue. In terms of like his ability on the ball, you can tell that he knows what he's doing. It's just that he lacks the confidence to do it and to follow through with his own talent. And I think if he's able to get past that, then he should be able to play well. But I think that's part of the problem, and is that we haven't actually seen Darth Mayhem throughout the Umzansi Esports League because of the fact that he hasn't actually felt like he can play. And you can see that he doesn't feel like he himself can play. So that sort of robs us of being able to fully analyze where he really sits if he was able to perform at the full level all the time. So I think that's the main thing that he's going to have to try and find within himself, how to come in no matter what the challenge is, no matter who the opponent is, and still deliver his best every single time.
Yeah, that's difficult. I mean, you haven't really had an opportunity to see the best of him. So I mean, figuring out okay, what sort of style he goes for, what style he might really struggle with, what style he's actually really good with handling. That's something you haven't had an opportunity to really see, because obviously the scoreline has been pretty rough. So we're just waiting for one player to connect in, and then we should be ready to go. I just want to take this moment to remind everyone that Not In Gaming Africa has a brand new website. So if you want to go check that out, please do. It's got some awesome features and all the greatest and best news about upcoming events, extra content that you may have missed over the course of the few months, and anything else that's coming up will be posted there. Obviously, to keep up to date with everything else, you should go and follow the Not In Gaming Africa socials, but all roads lead to the website. So you need to go check that out if you want to save yourself some of the trouble. Other than that, I mean, if we think about it, is there any particular sort of glimmer of hope that you can say for Darth on his behalf? Something that you know that either he's been really good with in the past, something that you've seen him do really well, that you know his strength sort of lies. Maybe we might not see it just yet, but there's a glimmer there. Where would you say those glimmers show up?
You know,
Tender, I'll go to you for that one.
you know, I think recalling a couple of what Darth's games during the season, I think he was really explosive, in certain situations when he was able to get his build-up play rolling and able to get inside that final third where he, takes some interesting shots. I think here and there, I think, conversion rate was a little bit low. And I mean, that's exactly why, on the flip side, it was so weak in his defense. But I think he can definitely be very unpredictable and explosive, which is what I think, the whole Inkosi Super Cup is all about, right? It's these unpredictable up-and-coming players that you don't really know, and you get a chance to see them in this way and form, right? So I think for Darth today, if he can tap into that explosiveness, but he still needs to hold his defense quite well, because the problem as well was when he was being explosive and working well off his plays, he'd slack in his defense, and then it would ultimately lead to all these goals. And then he starts to lose that steam that I was talking about early on, where it just seems like it's a train slowing down and slowing down and slowing down, and there's no real momentum that he ever gains when he is playing good, So I think if he fixes that today, it's going to be good. But if not,
got off.
very rough.
Snay, anything to add to that?
The one thing I think we are forgetting, right, or the thing that I think is worth mentioning about the matchups for promotion relegation, is that the current champion of the Umzansi Esports League was in this exact same position at some point not too long ago, got himself into Umzansi Esports League, and then literally went all the way to the top. So it is a journey that's possible. The opposite, as in dropping down and then clawing your way back, we haven't seen as much, but the fact that people are here does mean that there is potential for that. There is a way forward. And I think for Darth Mayhem, as long as he keeps that in mind, that the important thing is that I got here to begin with, to the Umzansi Esports League. Sure, I got bounced out, but I was good enough to rise here in the first place. So back myself, figure out a way to stay here, and especially because he knows that for Ati, I mean, you got nothing to lose, right, if you're him. I mean, Tendo was mentioning earlier about the monetary advantage of getting to the Umzansi Esports League. It kind of matters more for Darth Mayhem than it does for Ati, because Ati is like, well, I'm winning anyway, so I'm fine where I am. I'd like more, but it's cool. Whereas for Darth Mayhem, of course, it's definitely going to be a hit. So under those conditions, I think when you have that much to lose, come on, we have to see something from Darth Mayhem. At least you have to get a win throughout the season, even if it's just throughout game one. Although I will be honest that, like, based on what we've seen on the pitch and on the ball, RT, I think should edge this one out a little bit, maybe like some 3-2 or something like that. But you know, again, this is a somewhat underrated Darth Mayhem. He just needs to find it, you know, just go Super Saiyan just a little bit, and it'll be okay.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. And actually, that's a very good point to bring up. You know, this is the third season of the Inkosi Super Cup, the third season of Umzansi promotion relegations, third time around. So Snare, I mean, as someone that's been there since the beginning, basically, what would you say has the competitive scene been looking like? Has it been increasing? Have you seen a lot more talent coming out? Have you seen a lot more in terms of the creativity of the players? You know, how they're setting it up, how they're going for everything. How has that changed over the last 3 seasons?
Absolutely. Like when we first started this out, season 1 of the FIFA segment especially, there was after a while, a very solved meta in terms of there were very specific teams that were really, really good at the time. Everyone was playing them for a reason. Unfazed, who was a season 1 champion, ultimately won because he was the first one to break the mold and start doing something different. And then we started to see that trend going forward in the Umzansi Esports League. Season 2 also had a little bit of that, where there was a somewhat solved meta. One player cracks it, or does Masum that time around and just carries away everything. But what's been really interesting with season 3 is just how close the gap has become between, let's say, the top 2 and the bottom 2, or even the top 2 and the bottom, like people at like 5th, 6th. And it's very, very close nowadays. And also the fact that there are a lot of different approaches to the ways that people approach the games. Before, like I said, there was a soft meta. Now people are much more expansive in their ideas, very creative in new strategies. And the fact that all various ones work is what's really cool, because now players actually get to assert their own personality on their playstyle, and not just in terms of like outside the game. Now you can legitimately see, oh, I could just look at a player now without knowing who's playing, just see how they're moving the ball around, and you could identify who it is behind the sticks, which wasn't something that was possible at the very beginning. So it means it's working, right? People are getting more competitive, learning from each other, adapting, and it's made for much more entertaining games throughout the long term.
Well, that is what we'd love to hear. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone watching is going to love what I'm going to say now, but we're going to have to cut to a break. There seems to be a little bit of connection issues. When we'll be back, hopefully we'll have all of that sorted out and everyone will be ready and rearing to go. But stay with us. There's still many matches coming through, so please stay with us while we go to the short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Umzansi Promotion Relegations. Long time no see. It's not like we just went to a break, but hey, welcome back. Looking at it now, the players are still trying to connect in, and as soon as the player connection issues are resolved, we will be going through with the match. They have been given extended time from the admins to hopefully get their internet sorted and set and ready. Unfortunately, if the player connection issues are not resolved, or the connection issues from one particular player are not resolved, then the disqualification will have to be unfortunately given to X player, and the other player might go through. So I mean, I don't know. Snake, talk to me. What sort of, how does it feel to win on a technicality like that? Because it just, for me, it wouldn't feel great. Like if you've been hyping up this, this, if you're the player from the Umzansi and you're going to these relegations and this is your one opportunity to get in, and that hype and that momentum that you carry with you, and then it may not happen.
Yeah.
How is that supposed to feel?
It'll be very painful. It's one of these things where, like you say, you're preparing yourself to actually show what you're worth, show why you were in the Umzansi League, or why you were able to beat everybody else in the Inkosi Super Cup to begin with. And then if that all goes away via a DQ technicality, it doesn't feel great. It feels kind of lackluster, sort of like a disappointment, right? And you're going to be questioning and spending a lot of time asking yourself, do I still deserve to be here? Which is going to be a major problem. If, like, we were talking about this beforehand, right? This is a player who's also been experiencing a lot of confidence issues. So if confidence is already a problem for you, and then something like this happens, it's not going to feel great mentally, and it's not going to give you a lot of ability to show exactly what you're worth. But at the same time, you're back. So
Another opportunity.
It's a free ticket back, I suppose.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at it for those of you just joining us, unfortunately, our Inkosi potential promotion player is experiencing some connection issues, and as a result, the admins have given them a certain amount of time to get back into this, and actually extended that time to get back in and hopefully sort it out. And if they manage to do so, then we can have the match. If not, then the DQ will be given. So I mean, yeah, if you're the Umzansi player coming through, if you're Darth coming through, and you're waiting for this match to redeem yourself, to get back that confidence that, hey, I fought for this, I earned this spot, I am back, and I am back with a purpose, and I'm going to start, and I'm going to redo this, And then to not have that, and to just be given the spot. Look, it's still an opportunity, like you mentioned, but I agree with you. I think that's sort of that motivation that they could have gotten from this, or that energy, that confidence, everything else attached to that sort of just falls away, and it's like, oh, okay, well, try again, see what happens this time around. But hey, it's an opportunity nonetheless. I mean, Tendo, if you were in Darth's position right now, if you did get given the the win on a DQ, so what would you do? How would you prepare for the next season? Because this would have been basically your preparation match, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man, especially looking at Darth as the individual, It definitely think that if he showed up today, this was going to be the game that really was going to bring him back in to that Umzansi Esports League and really give him a boost of confidence, as you guys have been saying, because sometimes it definitely is like one of those situations where, unfortunately, in life, sometimes you got to get kicked to wake up. And maybe this was the kick that he needed, right? This is it, being in this spot again, right? So now for Darth to just bounce back into the league, potentially just like that, it's going to be tough, man. You don't want him to repeat the season he had before. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So it's definitely the time coming forward. He's definitely going to have to, scrim a lot more, get a lot more preparation, and at least, come into the next season without really any data for us to work with as well, right? Because now that's kind of like thrown out of the window. Maybe he's been strategizing a couple of strategies he's going to use today that we are never going to see unless he gets this DQ into the next season, right? And maybe that's going to shake up the season. I don't know, man. It's funny how the storyline has just shaped to this direction and where it's ending off to this final day. It almost seems a little bit fitting. I feel like we were joking about it in the background that, like, wow, it's almost a little bit fitting that maybe the tough season that Darth had ends off with a little bit of good luck in this sort of way. But I'm still feeling for Ati. I want to see what Ati has to pull up into the table. I'm still raring to see that kind of matchup happen today. And oh man, I'm like a baby with a bottle. I'm just like, oh, please, like, we need the bottle.
So I have good/bad news. So the bad news is we won't be seeing this match today. However, both players have actually agreed to play the match once, Atibara's connection is actually back and it's sorted and Fiber works with him once again. So technically this match will still be happening. Darth will still have that opportunity to fight it for it and to potentially get the spot. But we will not be seeing it on stream today, unfortunately. So again, I'm going to take this opportunity to remind you about the Northern Gaming Africa website and all of their social media. So if you want to stay up to date with the story, if you want to know who's going through, who's doing what, or maybe we'll see it tomorrow, I don't know, you'll have to follow the socials to find that out. And then of course we'll hopefully have all the information for you on Sunday. So please do make sure that you come back and watch this again. We do have another match tomorrow. We might even have 2 matches tomorrow, depending on how things go. But for now, unfortunately, that is it. So it's official. We won't be seeing the match, but at least the DQ is not there. At least that's not involved. So
Yeah,
still an opportunity. I think that's the better result that we could have hoped for now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially for Ati as well, would really suck to have come all this way. You're on the cusp of being able to get through, and potentially against the easiest possible opponents from all the players who are in the Umzansi Esports League, and to have that taken away from you because of connectivity would hurt the soul. And I'm pretty sure that he would probably take a few weeks to recover for Inkosi Super Cup if that went through. So it's good that we had some gracious admins in the background to allow the match to happen regardless.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty cool. It would be cool if we can see it tomorrow as well. Then you guys have to do a bit of a double whammy. But for the time being, that is what it is. It will be played either offline or tomorrow. We'll give that information as we receive it. But for the time being, the FIFA segment has come to a close. So thank you guys for joining me, Snare, Tendo. I appreciate it. Good to have that chat, to think about what has happened in the past, what could be happening in the future. And of course, we do have another match tomorrow. So for everyone who is waiting and eagerly waiting for FIFA, you're going to have to wait a little while longer, at least until tomorrow, for the last match of the weekend. And then we will have the answers as to who's going through to Umzansi, who has to go back to the Inkosi Super Cup and try again next season. For the time being, this is the promotion relegation match hosted to you by Northern Gaming Africa, and there's a lot more games coming up. PUBG Mobile is still on today, so stay with us if you want to check that out. Otherwise, make sure you check out that website so that my producer can stop shouting at me. I would appreciate that. Otherwise, please stay with us. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi promotion relegation matches. It is heating up. We are officially in the PUBG mobile segment. I'll be your host, Proxy, and of course, I am not alone. I am joined by Fire and DK, who are going to be bringing you all the action for today. But first, let's take a look at the schedule to remind you of what you are in store for and what is coming your way. So taking a look at it, our FIFA segment is done and dusted. We're going to be going to the 4 PUBG mobile maps. You know them, you love them. We're going to be starting off with Erangel, going through to Sanhok, then to Miramar, and all the way back to Erangel, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. And speaking of today, let's remind you about what this bracket looks like and who you might be expecting today, because it's a little bit of an interesting one. It's a little bit of a confusing one. Every time I have to explain it, even I have to do some math, but it's okay. Let's take you through it. So yesterday we had the bottom 8 of Umzansi and the bottom 8 of Inkosi go head to head, with the top 8 of that matchup going through to Sunday's games. You can see there, match 3 BO4. They're going to be there waiting for the rest of the opponents, which we will be finding out today. So today, it's the top 8 of Inkosi and the top 8 of the group of Umzansi players and teams that may or may not be relegated that are going to be going head-to-head. Now, the top 8 from today's matchup, after all 4 maps, the top 8 from those matchups will be going straight to Umzansi. They would have officially found themselves a spot in the next season of Umzansi, whereas the bottom 8 of today that do not find a spot will have another shot, another opportunity tomorrow against those previous 8 that I mentioned. So there's a lot of 8s. I hope you caught that, but don't worry, we will be rehashing this as the night progresses. Speaking of the teams, and I've mentioned so many teams, let's actually take a look at some of the teams we will be seeing. And DK, I'm going to come to you first, because as you can see, the first page is our Umzansi teams. Talk us through some of the teams you can see on your screen.
Well, of course, we've got Not Gaming, Black Clover, Rainbow Six, Madagascar, we got Fear, Natural Killers, Rain from Hell, the Comfy Cartel, as well as the Drogons representing the teams from Umzansi. So definitely a few teams here that have quite a bit of potential that just missed out on making it through into those finals for Umzansi. So definitely this is their next opportunity to return in that 4th season. And I'm looking to see what the teams are going to bring in. They are in that defending slot. They're going to have to bring it all if they want to retain those spots. And I'm expecting some pretty tough gameplay here today.
All or nothing, that's what this weekend is about. Let's go to the second page, and then Fire, I'm going to have you go take us through the Inkosi teams, because you've been with me there. We've seen everything that these teams have to offer. Let's take a look at some of the highlight teams that you know, the teams that you are looking out for today.
Definitely looking out for Actions and YONKOUS. They were consistent throughout the entire season. At some point in time, YONKOUS was on top, for the first 5 weeks, and had only one winner chicken dinner. So every single game they were in, they always got that chicken dinner and always sort of like impressed. But there's still a lot of teams who had glimpses of magic in them, such as SoulKillers, Way of Success. And these guys, once in a while, would get into the lobby and just absolutely tear it down. There was this particular game with SoulKillers getting about 24 kills. I'm not still sure about those numbers, but they got about 24 kills in that match. So we know that these guys are absolutely aggressive. And I can't really say who's gonna win the match once it starts. It's just going to be mind blowing.
That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. So the top 8 of Umzansi and the top 8 of Inkosi going head to head to who's going to be promoted and who's going to be relegated. That all depends, of course, on the points that they're going to be picking up today in our 4 maps. Now, you know it, you love it. This is the same point structure we use in Umzansi and in Inkosi, so everyone should be well aware of how this works. First off, if you get a winner chicken dinner, you can grab those 15 points. Second place taking 12, third taking 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, 0. You can read, I don't need to, but you got the idea. But the most important thing that I think has made a big impact is the fact that you get a point per every single kill. Now, taking that into consideration, your teams that are more aggressive, your teams that go out and hunt, we were talking about that hunter mentality yesterday, those teams that are so proficient in finding those kills are going to be well rewarded for their efforts today, and that's what we want to do. We want to see the best of the best going head-to-head, not only in terms of placements, but also in terms of kills, because, it's PUBG Mobile, it's a battle royale. It's all about taking out the competition, so we want to see who's the best at doing exactly that. Now, DK, you know some of the teams that we're seeing today. We've seen them over the course of the last season. It's quite interesting to me that some of them are actually here. I'm a little bit surprised at the list that we were looking at, but it is what it is. It's the teams that got, slowly but surely relegated over the course of the previous season of Umzansi. So it's how it happened. But let's take through some of the teams that you are looking out for today.
So definite teams that I'm going to be looking to see that performance come from is teams like Black Clover, teams like Fear, even not gaming. They've shown quite a bit of potential in Umzansi itself, and as I've mentioned, unfortunately, things didn't work out according to plan for them. But of course, this is now that second opportunity. So ideally, we would see them come in quite aggressively, quite dominating, looking to hold on to those spots because they've been around the block a few times. But it is quite interesting with the teams coming in from Inkosi. We've seen those upsets come in before. So, I mean, these are the top teams from Inkosi that they are going to be competing against. So I'm expecting the Inkosi teams to also just bring it like they haven't brought it yet in Inkosi itself.
That's exactly it. And I mean, we saw a little bit of a glimpse of that yesterday. I was quite surprised at the amount of Inkosi teams that actually took spots away from our Umzansi regulars. I mean, that in and of itself was quite interesting, but it's, we were talking so much about like it's different strats, it's a different form of energy, it's a different motivation, it's a completely different structure even for some of the teams because they're brand new or they have been at this for a while, but they've got their experience completely other places. And Umzansi, some of the teams might have gotten a little bit comfortable, maybe a little bit too comfortable, but now we're seeing the top of that group that are in danger of being relegated. So it's the top of the top basically going against the top of the top from Inkosi. So today's matches should be crazy. Yesterday it was a little bit touch and go, but today should be absolutely interesting. And I mean, Fire, we mentioned YONKOUS, we mentioned Magicians. Talk us through some of the strats that you saw, some of the crazy things you saw in Inkosi.
I mean, definitely. I saw different strategies such as YONKOUS. They always try as much as possible to get the points, even when they're not winning. I mean, you could see in the leaderboard at the end of the day, they had 169 points, but they got only one winner chicken dinner. So that definitely tells you that they knew how to grind those points. Sometimes we would see players from YONKOUS just having about 20 to 30 meds, just being outside the zone and just healing and getting all the way into that second spot. So they do know how to grind out those points. You also have teams like Magicians who finished at the top. Okay, sorry, Magicians finished at 169 points. YONKOUS at 165. But Magicians, they were another team that just kept on, getting those second, third, fourth places. And YONKOUS was also that team. When they came into the lobby, you definitely knew that they were going to either get the winner chicken dinner or come second. Like they just know when they're getting into the final circle that we can't win this game. All right, let's prioritize getting the best placement points as possible as we can.
Exactly it. And I mean, we mentioned it a little bit, the Inkosi teams coming through and actually throwing a wrench in the works. Some interesting strategies, potentially upsetting some Umzansi teams because it's a completely different ball game. I mean, what are they, supposed to expect? Ika, how do you think today's matchups are going to go based on what you saw yesterday, based on the fact that we saw a lot of Inkosi teams actually filtering through to the top yesterday? What do you think today is going to be like?
I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a bloodbath because, as we pointed out yesterday as well, the teams coming in from the Inkosi side, they've had to fight against different teams week in, week out. So they've kind of built up that resilience, that adaptability coming in. Whereas the teams from Inkosi, there's only so many teams that they play in, and they have that ability to go and study, do some VOD reviews, figure out how best to counter the rotations, where to find them, where not to go. So yeah, there's a few different elements coming into play here. So I'm curious to see just what the players from Inkosi are going to bring in as they go against the teams coming in from that Umzansi side. And I'm hoping that the Umzansi teams have also done a bit of that VOD review, looking back on towards Inkosi to see what they could expect coming into the matches here today.
That's what we're hoping. And I mean, the same could be said for our Inkosi teams. I mean, it's a completely different ball game. You're not going against some of the players in Inkosi. You're now getting a taste of the big leagues. You're getting a taste of those Umzansi teams coming for you, looking for you to take you out this time around. So you can bet the Umzansi teams, they obviously have a lot more pressure on their backs, of course, because this is their potential relegation. This is their opportunity to stay in or get kicked out and have to do the Inkosi grind all over again. So, I mean, with that pressure, with that sort of mentality, fire. As Inkosi players, that's not there. For them, this is all such a bonus at this moment in time. They've
Exactly.
made it. They have qualified to actually take this qualifier on. They've gotten to this opportunity. So for them, it's a bonus. It's a positive thing. And that means that momentum, I think, is already in favor of Inkosi. I mean, the pressure isn't there. Whatever you get, it's a bonus. It's a good thing. It's extra. What do you think that's going to have? What kind of impact is that going to have on the teams playing today?
Definitely, it's a huge motivation for a lot of the teams in Inkosi. I mean, I spoke to a couple of Inkosi teams before the game started yesterday, and just asked them like, what do you think? And some of them were like, it's easy. I mean, coming back from what they've been through in Inkosi every single week, having to make that top two. I mean, some of them feel like this is easy. This is a piece of cake. All I have to do is come eighth. And like they're like, wow. I mean, we've been through a lot. So a lot of the teams have been through a lot every single week to get to this point that it just feels like they can now go on and just have fun and just play their game, focus on themselves and not everybody else. And I think that's the difference between the Umzansi teams and the Inkosi teams, where the Inkosi teams just focus on their gameplay and what they're good at, while the Umzansi teams, have to study everybody else. What is gun playing?
Yeah.
What is what's the style of for KT and all these different things. Whereas in Inkosi, they just really focus on themselves, and I think that's definitely what's going to stand out here today.
Well, as you can see, the plane is locked and loaded. The players are going through to Erangel. Parachutes are being pulled, and everyone is ready for this. This is the Umzansi promotion relegation matches. This is the first map for the PUBG mobile segment, and of course, DK and Fire will be taking you through all the action. Guys, take it away.
Man, it is already off to a very interesting start. That flight path being so, I don't know, hidden all of a sudden there. I'm assuming it is moving down the central portion of the map, as we can see the teams already starting to jump on through. And it looks like it's heading into that space right between Ferry Pier and Sosnovka Military Island, as it's heading down in towards a more southern position. But I'm curious to see, though, where our first initial zone is going to be forming. Of course, the teams all now moving out into their different drop locations. But this match is going to be an interesting one, because this is where the teams now have that opportunity to kind of measure themselves up against the competition, see what they need to improve in the coming two matches. And then, of course, once we return back again to Erangel, they can apply that once again and starting it off that zone, sitting all the way over on towards that western side.
Man, I mean, I'm really curious to see how these teams are going to play this one, DK. I mean, you can tell me more about the Umzansi teams and their style of play. We definitely know some teams like Fear, some teams like Cartel, who have really good players. But who do you think is, the team that you're definitely sure is going to get into that top 5 in this game?
Oh man, that is a really difficult question to answer, right? Because for that I need the most recent stats, and we haven't really seen these teams compete against each other on this scene, right? So we can look at other events and other tourneys and stuff that they've competed in, but that gives us a slight bit of an idea, but it's also a pretty tricky one to answer. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we can look at so many different other ones, and we have seen quite a few of the teams in this match today actually participating in the PMCO Africa. So, they all have their own strengths. They all play a specific kind of game, and to make a call out of this one as to who I think is going to be the team to sit at the top, man, wow, top 5 teams. Oh, maybe, all right? Don't hold me to this, but just maybe. We could see the players from potentially, I'd say, Gorilla Glue stepping up. I think maybe we could have Rain from Hell if they bring it hard. Then, of course, also, we've got the Drogons. I want to see the Drogons. I mean, I've casted them in so many other events. They went through a little bit of a off period, but they've started to bring things back together once again. Also, even the Natural Killers want to see those plays come through, and this, of course, is the day to do it. This is an all or nothing day. The top 8 teams in today's final standings are the top 8 teams that have an instant slot secured right into the next season of Umzansi.
Mm. Yeah, definitely. Drogons are a team, just like you said. You know, they've been in every single Umzansi that I've watched. Don't hold me, to stats, but I mean, I've seen them every single Umzansi right from when I started watching it a couple of seasons ago. They've been there and they've been performing against the best of the best. They don't seem like a team. I mean, they seem like a team, on their good day can take on any team. But if there's one team that is sitting right here in this lobby that I feel is always scary when they get into a fight. I mean, they were not playing placing that high in the leaderboards in Inkosi throughout the season, but because they didn't qualify every week. But SoulKillers are a team that got about 24 kills in one match. Now they Marvel and his boys sometimes they get into any lobby they're in and they just absolutely blow that scene away. So no, I don't know. I do feel like that this SK team is one team, to just be careful with when they start attacking.
Well, maybe they could be the Dream Killers as well, so they can add that onto
Probably.
their name. Maybe they'll have to bring in, get one of those rename cards and just change up the name to make it even more official. But in the meanwhile, as we look back
Dream
up into the
Killers.
zone, we do have a few rotations already starting to come on through. We got a nice positioning of quite a few teams actually in towards that lower southern half of the zone. So I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to see those engagements come through, as there's a lot of potential for that. And even looking at the position for the players from the Seven Sins Arts of Killing, we do see them in and around that quarry region. But of course, Manfulas just exploring, just venturing out a little bit further, but he's got to be careful because there's quite a few teams in the vicinity. Gorilla Glue also positioned right there, so Rogue could potentially start it off with a few shots, but then looking up in towards South George, we got the players there from Rain from Hell, as well as the SoulKillers, as you've pointed out. And again, a nice potential point of contention, but so far, the teams are just respecting each other. They're trying to get a feel for it, and I'm expecting the action to really start coming in as we progress into our second phase.
I'm really surprised that the guys from Gorilla Glue haven't taken any shots at them. Probably haven't spotted them yet, or just trying to play it really easy. But definitely, if we're going to see any action coming down on the map right now, I just emphasize from that southwest region between Rainbow Six, Gorilla Glue, it could happen at any particular moment. It'd be lovely to see any action coming down between these few teams.
Yeah, and of course, I'm open to be impressed today, right? I come in, no expectations, not really rooting for any particular team. I want to try to get a feel of what they have to offer, what they're going to be delivering today, and just how they're going to be approaching these games. Because as I've pointed out before as well, this first match is kind of where they're trying to get a feel for each other, just trying to figure out what the opponents are doing and how to best to try and accommodate for that. So it's going to be quite interesting when we move into, for instance, Sanhok, or move up in towards Miramar to see what the teams will bring to the table. And currently, a lot of rotationing coming through, as we do see the players there from Seven Sins just moving closer to the side of Fear, but also the Magicians positioned over in towards Fairy Pier. So I'm curious to see where the zone's going to go, because if it moves further down towards the south, it could be quite the advantageous position. But if it heads up into the north, it could, of course, then turn in favor of the SoulKillers.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that we did notice about the games that happened yesterday was that the teams that somehow found themselves within the zone, having a good spot, ended up, either winning the game or being placed really high. Looking at the position where several teams are right now, such as Fear, Comfy Cartel, you can say that even the Magicians, you can say that when that zone does shift, it will still be within that zone. Do you think that's going to play like a really, really good, do you think that that definitely is going to be a determining factor in this particular game?
Positioning does play quite a big factor in the success of a team, but what also kind of rides in alongside that is what are they able to do with that position? Because you can be in the best position, but not be comfortable enough to defend it, to handle yourself in that situation. So the teams are definitely going to be put to the test. And as we can see the players here from HORZ now moving into position, they're right there alongside the Natural Killers. And these, of course, being two teams from either side, one from Umzansi, one coming in from Inkosi. And I'm curious to see, will this be one of our first proper engagements to happen?
All right, Umzansi and Inkosi. Let's see how it goes. Let's see. I feel like it's like me versus you at this point in time. You know, you representing Umzansi, and me being like, "Go, Kansi boys, let's go, go show them."
Oh man, what a beautiful shift that is coming into the next phase, heading all the way down over in towards that southeastern side. Already a few teams sitting quite comfortably over in towards that bridge. And I think that western bridge could be a big point of contention for several of these teams. And it's good to see the initiative, let's call it that, coming in from the players positioned over on towards that eastern side as they get those early rotations in. And so many teams, in fact, it looks like everybody is now rushing up in towards zone. So we could be in for quite a bit of a ride. And once these teams get closer and closer, that already happening on the east, the north, the west. Unfortunately, not the south. So Patchy won't be too happy that we're not seeing anyone on that Sanhok Island.
Wow. This, you know, just looking at the map, you see what's really interesting. A lot of those teams are just rushing in for that center, trying to pick their spots. And this is definitely what happens when, you know, you don't really know where everyone wants, placements are. You don't know where their drop spots are. So you're definitely just trying to scout around and take a look and all of that stuff. And that definitely could bring us, you know, to a lot of action, you know, going down into this into the next step.
Yeah, I mean, so the word I was looking for is proactive, and we've got so many teams looking to get quite proactive, and already we can see the side there. Ooh, this of course being the players from the Comfy Cartel starting it off, sending the spray right over onto the way of success. Well, having your players knocked out is not exactly the way to success, but maybe it is part of the way of a success, as we see the push now come in from the Comfy Cartel. Already Samurai getting knocked right on down, and it is of course a confirm as Broly follows it up with a beautiful shot coming in there with the Bison. But now, will Broly and the rest of the team from the Comfy Cartel be able to push in? We do have the Mollies getting sent on through. They're looking to create that opening, looking to create that situational play for themselves, but will they be able to find it? Fortunately, although, for the players here, for way of its success, they have been able to reposition themselves just outside the compound. And of course, the players coming in from the opposite end, the Comfy Cartel, they think that the team is positioned within. So good play from them, but will they now be able to make this work in their favor as we have yet another team actually moving into position?
Oof. All right, so just taking a look at the way the guys from Comfy Cartel are playing this, they're trying to be careful. They know that they're pretty much, you know, surrounded by the guys from Way of Success, and they're trying not to make that mistake. But oh my goodness, just take a look at Squeaky providing that flank position and getting one knock right now. Way of Success, man, definitely not living up to their name in this particular fight, as they have one guy down, they've got another knock, and it's now just left to Bijan and Maestro to try to find a way out of this. You think they might be able to get that 2v4?
Yeah, well, we never know, because I mean, I've seen some of these names before. I know Maestro, I know Bjorn, I know what they are capable of, but will they be able to make it work now, as we see Broly and Squeak both now just getting absolutely obliterated? The shots just flying on through. Maestro trying to close it up, and of course an absolute brutal assault. Lala now just up ahead, being the last remaining hopeful for the side here of the Comfy Cartel. But of course this is such an uncomfortable position. The shots flying on through. Maestro comes in with a quick rotation, and of course down they go as they find the finishing blows. Maestro bring home a beautiful squad wipe.
Wow, definitely. Wait. What? Okay. We talked about it. We said, do we see them doing the 2v4? But definitely Maestro just coming in there with that wipe. My goodness. Man, I didn't see that coming. He took out the entire... Man, did he take out the entire team alone, or he took out 3 players?
I don't know. It was pretty close, but no surprise to have their names said as Way of Success. So if they continue with this trend, that is definitely what we could see coming in for them. And of course, the players here from the Drogons are looking to capitalize on their position up in towards the hard cover. So many teams now starting to rotate on through. We can see up on the hill, we do have the players there from HORZ Esports as well. Man, that is a name I'm going to be absolutely brutal with today. But here we go now. The Gorilla Glue team now trying to push on through YONKOUS right here alongside them. Already quite a bit of hurt being put in towards them, as we only now have Louis to hold on and make the dream work for the rest of his team. It is a really tough position to be in, such a highly contested region, as we see the teams now, of course, stepping up, trying to put the sprays in. Up comes the grenades, the hurt, the pain, everything is just flowing in. Gorilla Glue also up in the mix. We did see Zeke, of course, getting taken right on down. Louis pushing up for that raise on towards Yulmeng, but will he be able to bring it in? Rowe just getting down and dirty in the grass, trying to see if he can find that angle. Of course, now deploying several smokes, but YONKOUS, they're going to try and make this one work, looking to pull themselves back together, even though we've seen quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of carnage getting put into the team.
Man, these two teams are definitely, two giants coming in from the Inkosi throughout the entire weeks. They've been, steadily just getting those points throughout the Inkosi season, and you definitely see them coming at each other. It's no surprise that they're taking out a couple of players with 2 down, but man, I did not see these guys losing a couple of players early on. It would be a real shame if both Gorilla Glue and YONKOUS, go out of this one quite early. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
J Roller steps up, puts the shots in, and down goes YONKOUS right back up in towards the lobby. But of course, we still have 12 teams remaining. We can see the side of Fear right alongside the players here from Way of Success. But as we've also seen, Way of Success, they've had a pretty rough start. Yes, they were able to bring in that squad wipe, but now their numbers have been reduced considerably as the players from Fear get ready to push on in. Hulk, Swags, and King making a quick dash right up in towards the compound. But will the players here from Way of Success be able to hold their own? We do see a quick rotation just heading around on towards the exterior of the building. Bjorn still holding on the interior. But of course, a good approach coming in as Fear looks to move on through. Down goes me, down goes Hulk.
Whoa.
Beautiful response. It is up to King and Swags, but of course they're getting caught off guard. The heads come in. King is the last remaining hopeful. Will he be able to clutch it? No. Bjorn claims another squad wipe for the team. Absolutely fantastic stuff here for Way of Success.
What are these guys on, man? What are these guys on? I don't understand. Like, I saw them do it the first time, against Cartel, and to see them do it against Fear, man, this is outstanding. My goodness. Jeez, man, DK, my mind is blown away.
Man, I told you it is going to be a bloodbath today, and that is exactly what we are getting. We have engagements, we got fights happening all across the southern edge of the zone. Strangely enough, the north is completely open, but we do see the players there from Rainbow Six being the team further up north. Rain now looking to improve their own position, looking to push even further on through. But here we go now, as we have a nice bit of an engagement come straight on in. The players from ScrimFarm meeting their end as the shots follow right on through at the hand of HORZ Esports. But now, will the team here from Black Clover be able to send it through? We do have the players there from Seven Sins, Art of Killing just off in the distance. A slow, steady tap coming in from Dagger, just being the dagger in the side. Will he be able to close it up though?
Man, just popping them shots right there onto Man Phyllis. It does look like he's gotten one confirm onto Breno 666, and yeah, definitely putting in a heart onto them. But man, DK, just taking a look at the action that we've seen so far, I mean, I did know that Way of Success was a good team and did know that they could put in the work into any team that they face, but to take out 2 Umzansi teams, and not just any Umzansi team, you're talking about Cartel. We've seen how great they are in attacking right there on Umzansi. About Fear, we've seen how good they've been. To be able to take 2 of them out, that's extremely impressive.
Yeah,
Definitely
that is.
Didn't see that one coming.
It's definitely that adaptation coming in from the team. So beautiful place, but now, of course, they've been reduced to only 2. Looking to see whether or not they can make the dream work and push all the way through to the finish. Only 9 teams remain on the map. And, of course, the players here from Seven Sins are going to be looking to improve their position, just heading a little bit further up in towards the zone. Coming in from the south, we do see the Drogons position up ahead. But meanwhile, the players here from Gorilla Glue are going to try and find their own little slice of that pie as they come rushing straight on in. J-Roller taking a little bit of damage on the rotation. We do see Ro and Zeke managing to find their way right up on towards that Wizard Tower. But of course now Rain from Hell coming in on towards that western front. Rainbow Six up in the north is still going to be a highly contested position, but the zone now shifts way back over towards the eastern side, and the Natural Killers find 2 of their players already very well positioned alongside the team, of course, coming in there from HORZ Esports. So definitely looking to see whether or not they can strengthen those positions.
Oof, definitely. The guys from Drogons, obviously a team that we do hope to see some action coming in from, especially towards this late portion of the map. But we've not seen much from NK yet. Hopefully we will see as the zone continues to close down. But man, I'm hoping to see some lovely action coming in that final circle. Definitely we're going to see some things coming on from NK. But another team that we didn't quite speak about, which is Gorilla Glue right here, now putting in the work onto the guys from Drogons. You know, we saw them perform throughout the Inkosi. Do you think the team that, you know, is looking, I mean, especially taking out YONKOUS, do you think the team is looking like, you know, throughout this series, making it all the way into that top 8? So far from what you've seen in just this match.
They have potential to get the job done, but of course it all comes down to how they handle especially these late few phases, because this is where any of those mistakes get severely punished, and they got to be so careful with those rotations. But of course we can see the Natural Killers now starting it off slowly, finding the first few hits on towards the players there from way of success, and the final blow comes straight on in, down they go. So good start for the Natural Killers, but as we now move on towards that more central portion of the southern portion rather of the zone, we can see the players here from Seven Sins up against Rain from Hell, as well as the team coming in from the HORZ Esports. But will they be able to get it done though? Quite a bit of carnage getting sent on through. You see Jiki now up atop here, just holding on to this high ground position up in the attic. We got Yash down below as well, but here we go. The shots come in on the outside. Beautiful third-party play, just capitalizing on the fight happening down below. Now it is up to Shylock to try and hold on for Rain from Hell. But of course, it is still going to be quite a bit of a challenge. Will he be able to get that res up in towards August? Oh, the pressure is on. Up comes the rush. Down goes Shylock. 1 player remains now for Rain from Hell, but we don't see him anywhere nearby. The hurt, the pain comes on through. Down goes Shylock. Down goes August. And of course, now 7 teams remain.
Man, they still had 1 player who was sitting down in that shack in the other building. I'm not sure exactly why he didn't join that fight. He could definitely have, added another balance to the team and pushed up into the guys from HORZ. But they just have 2 players, so I'm not sure exactly what they were doing there. But you can see that they took the decision to just hold back and probably, just stay in the game. May just have been a call from the IGL saying, you know what, don't get into this fight. Just leave it and, focus on getting those placement points.
I mean, that is a lot of what these teams are focusing on, is looking to get those placement points. But then again, we've got so many other teams looking to not only get the placement points, but looking to bring in those skill points, as that would be, a thing to really help them move up that leaderboard and establish some dominance overall. But of course, now 5 teams remain. We do have the numbers really starting to dwindle with only 14 players alive. And we can see the team over here from Rainbow Six Madagascar sitting on still a full squad, holding on to the north. And as we jump down on towards the south, this is now where Yash and Yiki need to try and find their position back up in towards zone. Of course, moving in, trying to find it in towards Neon. But Neon says, oh no, The shots are going to fly on through, back and forth. Who will be the one to close it up? Neon just capitalizing on the hard cover. Nice back and forth. Beautiful jump shot to close it out.
Wow.
And Neon rakes in the kills for the team there from Rain from Hell. 4 teams now left to fight that out. Of course, Rainbow Six Madagascar are going to be looking to show the dominance up and towards the north as they send the grenades right over towards the players there from Gorilla Glue. But of course, it is still going to be quite a bit of a fight. It is now once again Umzansi up against Inkosi. Back and forth, shots flying all over the place, and the numbers just holding on for dear life. 10 players remain, 4 teams still in the game, and Rainbow Six Madagascar looking absolutely beautiful with all 4 players still up.
Oof, man, that was incredible play right there from Neon as he came on finally with that wipe onto the 2 guys from HORZ. Definitely they didn't expect that. You can see that he just came on like surprise, and took out, the first player who came into his building, and he was able to finally clutch it and take out the last guy. So definitely impressive for them. Obviously worked out for whoever the IGL is, telling him to just hold back and just wait. So I mean, we didn't see the plan, but definitely it worked out eventually.
Yeah, there's quite a few things that have worked out and a few things that have failed in the match so far today. Of course, that Molly being one of them. You don't want to get
Fire.
your own Molly in this stage of the game. But of course, now 3 teams left. Quite a bit of fighting happening up in the north as we do see the players there from Gorilla Glue getting sent right back in towards the lobby. Neon holding on for the side of Rain. Definitely did step up. But of course, now Rashi getting hit as he's trying to rotate down in towards the south. In fact, we're not seeing any teams currently positioned within the zone. So it is going to be quite essential for these teams to try and find a good position to be fighting from. It is a very exposed zone to move into. Almost no hard cover. Just a few trees scattered here and there. You can see Neon so close. Prime also just holding that position up ahead. And this is where the challenge is going to come in for the Natural Killers. They need to find a way to kind of blast their way on in and just let it rip. Otherwise, man, they might get sent back into the lobby in 3rd place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just take a look. But the most interesting person right now is definitely Neon. He's at a position where he can just sit back and watch the 2 teams just fight it out. And if an opportunity opens up for him where there's damage on both sides, he may just be able to sneak this one away. But just as I was speaking, you can see they're taking him out, and it is now just NK and Rainbow Six, man. DK, this is all yours. This is all yours. Who do you think is going to take this one?
Man, the Natural Killers looking absolutely beautiful, moving into this last phase, sending out the grenades, finding the hurt, the angles, the position. As we can see now, we've been reduced to only 2 remaining teams, and this is where Rainbow Six Madagascar is now in so much trouble. As the Natural Killers come rushing in, they start sending in the shots, they stay together, and they find it out. Down they go, bringing home the first winner, chicken dinner, 10 kills. Wow.
Natural. Man, definitely fits their name. Natural Killers. Coming in right there with 10 kills and a winner chicken dinner, man. Damn.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful play coming in there from Natural Killers. Like the way that they handled themselves moving into those final few phases. But we got to give it to the players there from Way of Success. They brought in so many fantastic plays. And actually, we see quite a few strong kill counts coming in at the end of this match. I mean, Rainbow Six finishing up in that 2nd position, coming in with a grand total of 7 kills. We got the players from Rain from Hell taking 3rd on 3. Yes, it's not impressive numbers, but it took so much work to bring those numbers in, to bring those kills in. And this match has just been absolutely on fire.
I mean, we spoke about it off stream. I didn't understand why Natural Killers were here to begin with. And now they've given us a good reason why they want to go back. Why they deserve to go back to Umzansi Season 4. And they're definitely here for it. As you said, the name fits the team. And they definitely showed us that those kill points are going their way this time around. So that was quite the warm-up. That was quite the first map of Erangel, and we still have another Erangel later on today. So, I mean, looking at it now, let's just remind ourselves of those standings. There they are. Natural Killers leading the pack with 25 points. Taking the winner chicken dinner and 10 kills does mean that they are looking really strong, but not far off. We do have Rainbow Six Madagascar with 19 points. Gorilla Glue Esports making the Inkosi teams proud, coming in 3rd place with 15. Rain from Hull in 4th. HORZ Esports in 5th place. We have Success in 6th. Black Clover in 7th. And Fear rounding up your top 8 for the first game of today. So I'd say this time around the Umzansi teams and the Inkosi teams are relatively even so far. I think Umzansi is just one step ahead. But Magicians coming in 9th place with ScrimFarm in 10th. Drogons in 11th, 7 Sins Art of Killing with 2 points in 12th place. The Comfy Cartel coming through in 13th place. YONKOUS in 14th, SoulKillers and Not Gaming rounding up the entirety of that scoreboard. And I think that's a bit of an interesting one there. Fire, I'm going to go to you. Is this what you were expecting from Magicians?
Definitely not. I was expecting them to do more because they're a team that's always getting into that final circle. But I think they were just unfortunate to come across, the guys from YONKOUS, and they just had to take the fight, and they lost a couple of players in that one. And yeah, you sometimes in these games, you never know how it's gonna go. You have so many amazing teams, so yeah, man, it just I'm still stunned with what I saw in that first game. To be honest with you, I have to regain my composure a bit. Yeah.
Natural Killers did absolutely beautifully, and you can see why that one of their players is, of course, the MVP for that match. And Natural Killers Roshi coming through with 4 kills, 471 damage, and a total survival time of 25 minutes and 4 seconds, doing what they can for their team and making it work. Natural Killers really setting the bar for the first game of the day. And of course, we still have 3 maps left. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be going to a very short break, and then we will be back with game number 2, map number 2. You know it, you love it. It's Sanhok coming through, the nice, beautiful green map that is going to show some teams some very close quarter combat. So stay with us. It's not over yet. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi promotion relegation matches. We've just had the first map pop off, and let's take a look at those standings to remind you what happened this time around. Erangel was quite spicy, quite spicy indeed. If you take a look at it, Natural Killers just decided, you know, let's showcase some of what we've got. Let's show everyone watching right now what we have in store for the rest of tonight, taking away 10 kills and the winner chicken dinner to solidify themselves their first map with 25 points, starting off really strong with Rainbow Six Madagascar quite close, not too far, not too close, with 19 points in second place. Gorilla Glue Esports making Inkosi proud, coming through in third place with 15. Rain from Hell, HORZ Esports, Way of Success, Black Clover, and Fear are your top 8 currently. Now remember, this is going to continue. These are going to continue changing. So if you want to stay up to date with the overall leaderboard, make sure you check it out during our breaks. That's where it's going to be popping off, and we'll show it at the end of stream as well when we find out who's our top 8 going through immediately to Umzansi. Now this is where the page gets pretty interesting. Magicians, ScrimFarm, Drogons, 7 Arts, you know, all of these teams, YONKOUS especially from Inkosi, coming through a little quiet, a little bit too quiet from what we've been expecting from them. So maybe Sanhok is what they're waiting for, but these things are going to change. I have a very good feeling that some of the teams might be a little bit slow to warm up, but they are coming for this. Of course, your MVP being from the Natural Killers team themselves, Roshi coming through with 4 kills, 471 damage, and a total survival time of 25 minutes and 4 seconds. I mean, that was basically the length of the game looking at it at this point in time, because they took it all for themselves. Now, to remind you of the schedule, we're going to Sanhok next. DK, we know it, we love it. Sanhok, such a small map compared to the rest. It's from 8x8 to 4x4. How do you think what you've seen so far? Obviously, it's still pretty early on. How do you think these teams are going to react? Is there any teams in particular that you think are going to be ready for this?
Well, there's 5 teams that showed quite a bit of aggression in the previous match. So this would again be the map on which they can continue with that momentum, looking to build on that kill point. So that, of course, being the Natural Killers who brought in 10 kills. We did see Rainbow Six Madagascar as well as the Gorilla Glue team coming in with 7 kills apiece. And then we also had the players there from Way of Success coming in with a double squad wipe in the early stages of that game. So, man, they are really showing a lot of potential with regards to gun skill, with aggression, and moving into Sanhok, this is definitely a map on which they can showcase that even more and potentially make a run to get up onto the top of that leaderboard. Not only just be in the top 8, but also we're going to be keeping a very watchful eye on the teams sitting on that second page. You know, there's some names on there that I've seen before, and we know they have great potential to be in that top 8. But of course, they need to bring it. And this is one of those maps in which they can do exactly that. So I'm quite excited to get into this.
And I mean, it's important for the teams to show up today, because if they show up and they do well and they manage to get into that top 8, bam, you're done. You're already in Umzansi. You don't have to come back tomorrow. You've secured yourself a spot. So, I mean, that's easy peasy. Of course, I want to take a slice of that pie. I want to get myself into Umzansi as soon as I can. I want to play less games. I want to take the easiest route to finding that spot and getting ready for this next season. So for the teams that are maybe holding back, stop it. Stop it. You need to be fighting here. You need to be giving it everything you've got, because these are some of the toughest matches I think we're going to see. These are some of the best players so far from this previous season going head to head. So it's some intense games. It's some really crazy games. And now, Fire, as our resident Inkosi expert, are there any teams in particular that you know for a fact, as soon as Sanhok rolled around, they were the team to take charge? They were the team to run away from the rest?
Definitely. Teams like YONKOUS, Magicians, these are teams that didn't perform in the first game. Hoping to see them come into this, you know, the second game and be hungry to get those points, be hungry to get those kills. Because like you've talked about, once they make it into the top 8 now, I mean, that's it. They're all the way into Umzansi. They don't have to come back tomorrow. So, I mean, it would be a shame to see them perform throughout the entire season, and then now that they do get the chance to move up, which is what they've all been fighting for, they bottle it.
Exactly that. And the Sanhok, as we know it, it is starting off quickly. So plane is loaded, players are dropping, and the second map is about to go down. DK and Fire, we're going to be here to guide you through this and take you through all the action. Guys, this is going to get crazy, so make sure you keep a watchful eye. Bring your friends, bring your mates. Everything is about to go down here. Guys, take it away.
Well, yeah, here we are, moving straight up into that ever lovely Sanhok, into the jungle, and this is where we're expecting absolute chaos, absolute carnage, and absolute insanity to follow suit, because, well, why not? You know, we've seen the teams really stepping up and delivering over onto Erangel, and that was only the warm-up match, so I'm expecting great things to come on through. And of course, right off the bat, we have the aggression starting, as we can see those shots coming in towards Paradise. And we do have a few points of contention. Once again, we do see down in towards the south, the players there from the Magicians now having a little bit of company, rotating in with them, moving into that position. But of course, that is the players there from Way of Success. Now just quickly disengaging, heading a little bit further away. But a little bit further up, we also did see the players there from ScrimFarm position up in towards that Paradise position. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to step it up and just go absolutely ham, go crazy, hold on to the spot, and just try to push as best they can, because they are going up against the players here from Rain from Hell, and Rain from Hell already brought in a pretty strong showing in just that first match.
Yeah, definitely coming in what I believe was third place, courtesy of Neon. Putting in the work and getting his team all the way to third place. So I mean, they will definitely not want to go out early here. But Scream Farm, this is another team we've seen them throughout the entire season and they constantly perform quite well. And they obviously will be looking to get more points in this third game. I mean, and landing in paradise, that's definitely a huge statement from them. So let's see how they do. Let's see how they do. They already have one kill. Let's see how they progress throughout it.
Yeah, some high expectations coming in here, and I'm pretty sure the teams are going to deliver. And by the bucket loads, sincerely, what I'm hoping for is we can see that first zone beautifully centered up on to boot camp. So quite a bit of potential for the teams now to move in, find that position. We already see the team there from Fear getting their butts right up into that angle, and already also the players there from Seven Sins on the northern side just quickly moving in, just trying to set themselves up on a little bit more of a high ground play. But I'm curious to see what the teams from Umzansi are going to bring in, as Inkosi, they just brought it like so hard in this last match.
Inkosi versus Umzansi. I mean, definitely one of those fights may happen now. You still see the guys from Fear and 7AOK might get into a fight in boot camp. It'll be interesting to see. 7AOK is just one of those teams. I don't really know how to define them throughout the season. I mean, they could get into a particular fight, right? And you would just see Manfillers and Maestro and the rest just go down really easy. And they could get into a fight where they're up against two teams and they're taking out YONKOUS, they're taking out Reela, they're taking out all these teams, and you're like, wait, but you could fight like this. Why didn't you fight like this throughout the season? So they're one of those teams you never know what you're gonna get. You never know what you're gonna get on day. But if they bring their A game, then definitely they could take out any team. So it'll be curious to see how they do against Fear. You're obviously trying to make a statement, just being there in boot camp right now. So let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of quite a potential that can come from this. Fear, of course, not just slowly and cautiously making their way in. They are pretty convinced that there is a team here. We can see that in the way that they're approaching. But what I'm really liking is they're moving up as a unit. They don't come in spread out. And of course, we see that spread coming in for the players here from Seven Sins, but that is expected. They are looking to just bring in all those different angles of coverage, as they know this could potentially be quite a contested spot. And already I'm liking the repositions, just getting up into high ground, just trying to potentially pull the players from Fear up in towards the north. We could see the team lying in wait, and up comes the head straight up in towards Hulk. But now they need to try and push the strategy even further.
Exactly, just as you said, the guys from 7AOK just holding some of those flank positions. They're waiting to get that one hurt onto the guys from Fear, and you can see them just being patient, just like predators, just waiting to pounce, waiting for that right moment. The guys from Fear moving together, that may be an advantage for them if they are going to just decide, hey, you know what, we're going to push up to this one guy, we're going to take him down and move as a unit. That could work for you. That may not, depending on if Manfillers and Maestro have their team covered. So it all depends on the guys who are supposed to hold cover for Breno and Cavera. And yeah, let's see how they play this. Let's see how they play this.
Yeah, I mean this pretty close position works if you are pushing up. If you're looking to hold a position, being too close together could be quite risky as those grenades come flying in and they blow one whole team right back into the lobby. But of course, this is
Wouldn't
where
that be a
Breno
sight?
it would definitely be quite a sight to witness. But the side here of Fear, they're still not trying to find those angles. We'd like to see them spread out a little bit more, looking to see if they can figure out where exactly Seven Sins are positioned, because currently Seven Sins, they have the upper hand in this play.
Right now, they do. They're holding several different angles, and Breno is. I love the way Breno is playing it. Like he's not making that push. He's not trying to get the knock. Like he's bringing himself towards angles where his teammate Maestro can cover up for him, right? And Manfilas is just staying at the angle where the focus is not on him. So one of the Fear guys like Hawk or me could try to jump out of the building, and all of a sudden he's getting shot at from several different angles. So yeah, the guys from 7A could take this one if they do just play to their strengths right now. And Breno's definitely leading the charge on that.
Yeah, and that is what we're expecting to see in these matches today. The teams playing to their strengths, playing the game the way that they know they are absolute gods at. And that is what we want to see. And we've seen all these teams show absolute great, talent. They have that ability. They can handle themselves in all these difficult situations. But of course, now they need to apply that. They need to bring in that consistency. And this is where I need to see that search mode come in from Fear. They know that there's a player up ahead, but I mean, the moment Manfilla or Mestra starts moving in, it's going to be such a tough play for Fear, and they're going to be put on a little bit of a back foot. Meanwhile, we do see the engagements coming into that kill feed, but this is now potentially that play for the players here from Seven Sins. Are they going to try and push? Fear just moving back and forth. And if Seven Sins take too long on this, they could actually turn it up in favor of Fear. But of course, now quick spray coming in right over on towards Chris. Hulk now trying to hold on. We do have Breno still just holding on the corner, but he's not utilizing that position just yet.
Oh, getting that one knock right down to Breno and the confirm.
Yep. That is where it's at. Of course, now Fear starting to turn the tables on Seven Sins. If Breno had just moved up a little bit quicker, a little bit more dynamically, it could have gone the other way around. But it is what it is. And Fear slowly but surely starting to turn this one around. They're starting to get the upper hand. They've already started to diminish the numbers up against them. And now going from a full squad down to only 3 players to try and fight with. The odds are looking better now for Fear.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like at that particular moment, Breno probably made a mistake with his positioning. I mean, he was doing such a great job when, he was at the side where his teammates could cover up for him. And all of a sudden, he went to another angle. And I feel like he was just at the perfect moment that was a blind spot for Manfillers to cover up for him. Because Manfillers couldn't see Hawk, but Hawk could see Breno and take him out of the game, and that's why they're in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved a little bit of aggression coming in to hold on to that position. But again, now as we move on through, we see the players here from Seven Sins actually disengaging from the position. I don't think that's a bad call. They kind of figured, oh, we're not going to be able to push onto Fear. They had a beautiful opportunity when Fear had just moved into this region. But now we see the rest of the team still just holding in their positions. We do have a little bit of a development coming into that southern edge, though, as the players there from Way of Success are just holding pretty close to the drop right behind them. We see the team there from Gorilla Glue looking to see whether or not it's going to be worth that rotation. But meanwhile, even further south, we've got the Magicians, and I'm hoping to see some magic being made by them.
Yeah, definitely. We're hoping to see guys like the Magicians, get into that zone. I'm not really sure why they're edging it though in this game. They're usually a team that's always looking to get into that center, looking to get into the game quite early and prioritize, placement points. But it just seems like they're trying to be different. But now this is another team that we've spoken about, DK. We spoke about SK and how they've come into several different games, especially this guy, Mafo. You got to keep a close eye on him. He's one of those guys that can bring in the magic.
Ooh. I mean, now this is a beautiful position for the side of the SoulKillers. They have been able to move in to the north there, and Seven Sins, they're going to have a pretty tough time now because they got Fear on the one side. They got the SoulKillers on the other side, so they got to decide which way they're going to try and make the situation happen. Are they going to try and move up? Because I'm expecting the players here from SoulKillers to move in to clean out this northern position and just show a bit of dominance here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're just stuck in between. Fear on the other side and SK. There's no going back. There's no going forward. They're lucky they're in the zone right now, and they're holding the several positions. I feel like I'm sorry for them at this point. But now moving on to the guys from Magicians. I mean, you have Legacy and Clover up against Rila. Sometimes my heart's just pounding like. Inkosi guys, can you leave yourself and go face the Umzansi guys? Come on.
That is essentially what we're looking to see, but of course now the Magician's getting caught right in the crosshairs there as J Roller sets up the shot, puts the head right on through, and I'm liking this play though, coming in from Syntax, actually just creeping around, trying to just capitalize on that potential surprise element. But J-Roller and Ro, they just holding strong. They've got a nice bit of unity coming in on top of this heal as well, with a little bit of a spread coming in for the side there of the Magician. So I'm hoping to see that long-range fire come in from the side there of Legacy, even Rids. Quite curious to see also what Melvin is going to be bringing in, as we can see that center zone itself is looking pretty tough. And man, the team's still looking to move on through, and I like this reposition coming in from the players of the SoulKillers. Just moving around, but they got to be careful because there's still another team holding right alongside them. So they're not out of the woods just yet. They're not as free as they think they are. Rain from Hell, they're going to bring all hell onto them if they catch, a clear line of sight. But meanwhile, you still see the players here from Gorilla Glue now quickly just disengaging. They do have that high ground advantage. And of course, the Magicians have no idea really where they are.
Yeah, exactly. And because of the high ground, they don't want to make that push, quite early. But one of the things I do love about a team like Rila is that, these guys have been together for a while, or at least I've seen their names for a while, like J Roller, Zik, Ro. I've seen them, play together, even before Mzanzi started out this season. I've been seeing those names go on and on. And a team like that, being used to each other, how you play, how you flank, and all that, definitely it's beginning to show up, in their gameplay. They didn't win the last match, but they had a couple of kills, and they are currently sitting in third place. And if they can continue to do well, they may just get themselves all the way into Zanzi.
Yep, synergy plays a big role in the success of a team. And now as we wait to see what the teams are going to bring and also where that zone is going to be going, we can see the players here from Rain from Hell still just holding on to their compounds. Of course, no need for them to move up just yet. They are secure within the zone. They can afford kind of just to hang around and wait and see. But I'm curious to see once that next zone shifts up, what the teams are going to be doing, because looking at the leaderboard, the teams are still so close. I mean, all the way from that sixth position down to the bottom of the leaderboard. One good game could change that up completely. So I'm looking to see who's going to be the teams to step up in this match. Who's going to be the team to dial in that aggression and just play Sanhok the way that we know Sanhok is usually played.
Inkosi teams, definitely. Those are the teams that I'm looking at, hoping to see. I mean, I'm really rooting for a couple of teams like SK, like ScrimFarm. I mean, these guys have worked extremely hard, like, to get to this point, especially the guys like YONKOUS, Magicians. I'm really hoping to see them, begin to perform, in these games. But they got to do it now. They got to do it now. You don't have, weeks upon weeks upon weeks to rank up those points. It's down to now. It's down to this very moment. And see the guys from Rainbow Six, right there, putting in a couple of shots in YONKOUS, Lewis, Lewis. Oof. I just remembered him. He's one player who always finds a way. You got to watch out for the amount of meds he has. Like, if he comes into a game and he's got 50 meds, then you definitely know this is a game that he's gonna be the one outside the zone, waiting and getting those kill points. Like, he always finds those positions to just keep. I feel like he's the one player in the entire Africa that knows how to just stay outside and do the heal strats.
Well, we'll find out soon enough as we are moving into our fourth phase. We do see the Magicians now holding still alongside the players here from the way of success. The shots finding their way straight on through, but that zone has shifted way over towards the trifecta region. So this is now where the teams need to try and get into those positions, and we're going to be seeing quite a bit of fighting coming in from the teams as they get ready to move up into that direction. Of course, already the players here from the Magicians bringing it in. Here we go, Legacy and Rios now getting ready to push right into the business end of the players here from a way of success. Bjorn finds a beautiful shot, but down he goes as the Magicians come up with a quick sleight of hand maneuver.
Man, I was holding my heart there for a particular second thinking, are they going to do it again? Are they going to find a way to, get those kills right there when they're on the back foot? But that definitely did not happen. But we do see J Roller and Cole right now being pushed by... I'm not sure what team that is, but yeah, let's see how they do. This is another team that definitely does need to have another good game. They got the guys from Cartel just on their tail right there, and if they do, okay, they're being pushed by, I do believe that is YONKOUS, and your man getting another knock right there. These two teams need this point, they do need to perform. I mean, more YONKOUS than Rila, because Rila has had one good game, but YONKOUS needs this right now. So yeah, it's great to see him getting that one kill and Rila just probably disengaging from that one.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting for that reputation, like if you show up as a strong team, you're going to try and have to hold on to that reputation. And meanwhile, we do see the fights, of course, are breaking out on towards that camp region. The spray is coming straight up in towards Rainbow 6 as Outlaws positioned beautifully on the ridge line. Of course, now up ahead, the shots continue to fly. The Magicians pull a quick disappearing act on us as we can see their numbers now really starting to dwindle. The pain of the hurt continuing right on towards them as the players from HORZ sends them right back into the lobby. But of course, now HORZ themselves going to try and push even further forward. Rainbow 6, Madagascar going to try and hold on. They're looking to defend. The blue zone is swooping in, but will we see Stone put that final blow right on through? Of course, he needs to get his butt back up in towards zone. He can't really afford to fight here, but he is caught. You can see those shots coming in from over towards that bootcamp region. And now it is up to Stone to make the magic happen. Will he be able to find that shot on towards Ahmed? Ahmed, of course, being the last remaining hopeful player for the side there of HORZ Esports.
Definitely, Stone just pretty much just acting a spoiler in this particular one, just hanging right there in the blue zone and taking out a couple of teams, just trying to get in and put it in a hurt towards them. So, I mean, I don't know. At this point in time, if I was his IG, I'll be telling him, buddy, get your butt out of that place, get into the zone, and stop trying to play spoiler. But I mean, he definitely knows what he's doing right here. So, I don't know. I don't know what the game plan is. But he's done a good job in just ruining it for HORZ. They will be pissed.
Well, fortunately, we did see, of course, the rest of the team is positioned further up in towards the zone. So it is a little bit of a 1v1 fight out in the blue zone. And as we know, that blue zone is pretty damn brutal. Of course, now this is fifth phase. We're getting ready to move into our sixth phase. Up comes the shots from Ahmed. He's going to be looking to close it up. Stone not trying to hold on, but of course, that blue zone is just eating away at the health bars. Oh, Stone is so low. He is about to go down. And yes, bites the dust. 10 teams now remain to fight it out right here on Sanhok. Ahmed, of course, also about to succumb to the blue. Will he make it? Will he get it? No, down he goes. Oh, almost. So close. But of course, look at the rest of the zone. You can see the players there just positioned up ahead. The Cartel holding onto the compound up towards the hill region. We do have the players there from Gorilla Glue, of course, looking to push in from that eastern side up in the north. We got the players here from Seven Sins as well as Fear looking to push in, looking to hold on to that last little bit of boot camp. Meanwhile, we do see the players there from SoulKillers actually bringing in a decent position, holding on to that coastline, playing those cliffs. It is a really good vantage point to be in. But now as we return back up into boot camp, it is absolute insanity. As Seven Sins and Fear go head to head, but Seven Sins can't hold up to the blue. Fear now trying to make their own rush, but the third party shots are coming in. The players there from SoulKillers just finding head after head, angle after angle, but fortunately Fear just managing to get in behind some hard cover.
Man, really lucky from them right there as they do get into that hard cover. They took out the guys from 7A, okay. Fear, one of the Umzansi teams, is still trying as much as possible to hang on in this particular game. You have a lot of Umzansi teams already, trying to get into that zone. With the Cartel already putting in some damage right there. But it is lovely to see guys from SK. We spoke about them, in the beginning of this game. They've got themselves 9 kills so far, putting in her into so many different teams, and they have got the zone. Definitely giving themselves some opportunity as this match begins to progress. So we'll see how it goes, but they're definitely one team that I am rooting for as this game progresses.
Well, Fear, of course, looking to do a bit of a clean sweep on the zone as they're rotating along this northern ridge line. But we can see the players there from Black Clover also way off in the distance, being reduced down to only 2. But here we go, the SoulKillers now stepping up, looking to kill the hopes, the dreams from Fear. Me already getting knocked right on down. It is up to Swags, it is up to Hulk and Chris for the side of Fear to push on in. This is where they now need to be absolutely fearless. But will Marvel be able to get it done though? Hulk up ahead, puts the shots in, and down go the SoulKillers. 4 teams left to fight it out.
Oh my goodness! I mean, I actually did not see Fear coming all the way from that position and taking the zone right off the guys from SoulKillers. I was thinking, they would be able to take them out as they could see them coming in, but Fear just showing why they are an Umzansi team and just putting in the hurt. They still got about 3 players up. Hawk is down. Ooh, they're down to just 1 player now. Down to just Swags. Man, who do you think is going to win this one? I mean, take a look at YONKOUS. What did we say? Know. What did I say? What did I say? This guy? This guy? Yep. Oh my God. Yeah. That's what he does. That's how they get their points. Like, they're always getting those 2nd and 3rd placement points, just hanging out there, doing the heal strats, and making sure that they get the points. They just be like, I'm not winning this right now. And I know. So I'm just going to go for the placements. And that's what they're doing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that approach. But of course, as we now look onto the players here from Cartel, they are going to be looking to clean their edge of the zone. Hulk just up ahead, trying to dip and dive all over the place. Well, that was a difficult one to get through. But hey, whatever. Here we go now. Oh, up comes Swags down. He goes a little bit of a brave push out in the open. Brody managing to find the head straight on through. It is up to Hulk now to try and hold on into the drink. But of course, we can see YONKOUS now still applying that heal strat. But will it be able to work in their favor? Hamadi alongside Yuhai trying to bring in that high ground position. Of course, the side here of the Cartel now getting reduced down to Squeak. Up comes Squeak, moving right in behind the tree. We do see the players here from Black Clover having a beautiful spread throughout the zone. They do have Hamadi and Yuhai both in different angles. But of course, now up comes Hamadi looking to push straight on through. Finds a little bit of the damage onto with Squeak. Yuhai keeping a very watchful eye on that off angle. Is this now the moment to bounce? Come on, put the shots in. Squeak is so low on health. No action coming in from Yuhai, but down goes Squeak. And now it is a heal strat versus a dominating position in zone. YONKOUS definitely going to be one of our final 2 teams. Will it be chickens in a position, slot spot? I don't know.
Nah, definitely not winner with a chicken dinner. YONKOUS, this is what we said about them throughout the season. Luis, my G, always knowing how to get those points. They got 3 kills, and if they've already secured the 2nd placement point, so that is about 12 points right there. So yeah, if he can get his team 15 points, just pulling up the heal strats, which he does quite successfully, then yeah, definitely. Will be a great one for his team. But I do feel like he's sort of doing something different right now. Like, do you see him trying to, okay, it looked for a second like he was trying to get into the game, maybe get 1 more kill or something like that. I don't know. But let's see how it goes. Black Clover does look like, they have this one sorted out. And yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, hook, line, and sinker. Black Clover come in with the winner chicken dinner, 5 kills to their name. The players there, of course, from YONKOUS. Lewis being able to hold on to the very end to secure his team that 2nd slot. And then we see the players from Cartel finishing off on a very comfortable 13 kills in 3rd place.
Oof, man, that is a lot of kills to have for a team. And they may just be the ones to, pack the maximum amount of kills from this game, even without that winner chicken dinner. So definitely bringing on that experience from Mzansi. But one team that, surprised me again after being, having that amount of experience is, the guys from Drogons. They did do quite well in the first game, and coming into the second game again, finishing in 15th place without any kills. That's definitely sad to see. The guys from MGC, getting 4 kills, and I mean, they didn't place us high, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. And they still got about 2 games to perform. But being first in the Zanzi and your first 2 games don't go that well, well, they've got a lot to make up for now.
Well, Sanhok, we know it gets crazy. So the fact is, we got what we expected. We got the crazies. We got the insane games coming through. But for the time being, I mean, we're gonna have to take a look at those standings just to remind us where everyone else, came through, where they may or may not have picked up points, and who is gonna maybe take some slots here. That's the question. We have to wait to see, because we're just doing some quick math in the background there, but. DK, from your side, do you think there's any immediate changes? Do you see any other teams that have just decided, you know what, we saw what Natural Killers were doing, and we thought we could do it a little bit better?
Cartel, they got out of their comfort zone. They stepped it up. They brought in an absolute banger of a match. So my math shows them to be right over there. As you can see, right up in the top. 23 points on board, 13 kills. And that is the power of that 1.1 kill.
That's what we love to see. They didn't even get the winner chicken dinner, but it doesn't matter. Look at the amount of points that they just picked up because of their kills. And I mean, Black Clover coming through, of course, taking that winner chicken dinner, but with only 5 kills, means they find themselves in second place for the Sanhok game. Fear coming through in third place with 17. I'm seeing a lot of Inkosi teams coming through this time around. YONKOUS in 4th place with 15. The SoulKillers in 5th place with 15. HORZ Esports still staying in the top 8 with 6 points in 6th place. 7's art of killing. Wow, 7 and 7. Wow, coming through in 7th place, and the Magicians rounding up your top 8. Looking like Inkosi teams are starting to pick up the pace, but so far the Umzansi teams have just been one step ahead. Now ScrimFarmAF coming through in 9th place with 4 points. Gorilla Glue Esports falling down a little bit in 10th place. Rainbow Six Madagascar in particular also falling down quite a bit into 11th place with only 2 points. Rain from Hell in 12th. Not Gaming in 13th. Natural Killers. Who? Hello? What happened this time around? In 14th place, Drogons in 15, and Way of Success all the way at the bottom. So, I mean, those teams are not going to be happy with their performances on Sanhok this time around, but we know Sanhok is quite a bit of a wrench to throw in the works because it's such a small map. A lot of teams, they don't expect that. Let's take a look at our MVP to see who did the best this time around, and it's going to be Broly coming through for the Comfy Cartel. What we expected here because of the amount of kills that they went and got. So Broly himself getting 5 kills, doing a total damage of 602 and a total survival time of 22 minutes and 42 seconds. All in all, fire. Let's try and summarize what happened on Sanhok. How would you take it?
I mean, definitely. I did envisage that we were going to see the guys from YONKOUS, perform a lot more. We did talk about it. We did talk about the huge strats from Lewis, and it just felt like he probably was listening to me, during the break, and just decided, you know what, we're going to prioritize what we're good at, which is getting displacement points, and that's definitely what he did. A couple more teams stepped it up. You can see different teams performing well in this game, such as Fear, such as Black Clover coming in with the winner chicken dinner right there. Even Cartel, we spoke about them during the break. So it does seem like a lot of teams are now getting a feel of each other and performing a lot better than they did in the first game. It'll be curious to see how they do round it up in the third and the fourth game. But I'm definitely hoping to see more from MGC Magicians. They performed well throughout the season, and definitely do have something up their sleeves. I don't know. I don't know what's up.
Well, for those of you waiting for those answers and waiting to see what's going to happen, you're going to have to wait just a little while longer. We are going to go to a short break. Before we go, though, I do want to remind you, Not in Gaming Africa do have a brand new website where you can find all those content, the details, the extra content, the details for the upcoming events, because there's more events coming through after this, and maybe some previews for the next season of Umzansi or Inkosi. So all that information can be found, including all the other socials, etc., all on the website. So go check it out. It should be in the description if you want to get a link for that. For the time being, though, stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi promotion relegation matches. We are on the second day, and we've just finished the second map of the day. Sanhok was a little bit of a blast, a little bit of a spicy change-up. If we look at the standings here, just to remind you of what has happened. Of course, Cartel went around and just looked for kills, taking away 13, leaving a total points of 23 in first place. Close second, Black Clover there with the winner chicken dinner and 5 kills to land them those 20 points. Fear coming through in third place with 17, and then it's just Inkosi all the way down to 8. YONKOUS, the SoulKillers, HORZ Esports, Seven Sins Art of Killing, and the Magicians rounding up your top 8 for the second game. Now, of course, if you want to stay up to date with the overall leaderboard, you need to check those things out during the break. We put them on the screen, but we will be checking them out at the end of stream. But for the time being, let's go to the second page and check out who was left. ScrimFarmAF actually coming through in second place. Gorilla Glue Esports in 10th. Rainbow Six Madagascar falling short from the first map to 11th place. Rain from Hell coming through in 12th. Not Gaming in 13th. Natural Killers, Drogons, and Way of Success rounding up the rest of your standings. Of course, not where they wanted to be, but it is what it is. Going through for your MVP, it is Broly from the Comfy Cartel, as you would expect, with 5 kills, 602 damage, and a total survival time of 22 minutes and 42 seconds, leading the pack and doing what he can for his team. Now, Sanhok, done and dusted. It's gone. It's finished. We're going to be going to Miramar next. We're going to be going back to the 8x8 blocks, and then after that, it's Erangel as well. So no more insane close quarter combat. It's just good old-fashioned long-range fights. Your snipers coming in, and of course those crazy rotations that we know, because Zone can get pretty hectic. Zone can be a little bit senile sometimes because it just wants to punish you. But DK, we're at the halfway point. We know pretty much, well, we think we know pretty much who should be taking this or who shouldn't, but at this moment in time, I think compared to yesterday, today is going to be a close one. We are seeing a lot of teams just suddenly popping off and ready to take it, and I think that scoreboard is very tight. So what are you thinking? What are some of the teams that you have a very good feeling are going to be in that top 8?
Top 8, I think we could possibly have the likes of Comfy Cartel, the Natural Killers, Fear, Gorilla Glue, SoulKillers, maybe YONKOUS if they do bring in some more kills. They were pretty good consistency that they brought in with regards to their positioning over on towards Sanhok, but of course as we move in towards Miramar, it is going to be changing up quite a bit. But what's interesting to note is that there's only 12-point difference coming in between 10th place and first place. So this match, we could have a new team sitting at the top. So yeah, there's quite a bit to be fighting for. And I think this is going to be the situation all the way through to the end of the final match. There's no clear team out in front just yet.
Exactly that. And we did say that today is going to be spicy. We did say things are going to heat up and that the action wasn't going to stop until it was over. Now, Fire, I mean, as someone who's watched a lot of these teams come through from Inkosi, has watched them come back week after week after week, I know there's a few teams that we're still waiting for. We're still waiting for them to sort of pop off and show us what we know they can do. Are there any teams that you think are still sort of gearing up, revving up, getting the engines ready to go? Or do you think some teams might have fallen off? Who are you looking out for?
I mean, I'm definitely looking out for ScrimFarm Magicians. They haven't really showed us, what they did throughout the entire season in Inkosi. Magicians sitting at the top, definitely that was no fluke. I mean, to get into Inkosi was really difficult. You know that. Now, doing that every single week and sitting at the top, definitely you played in a certain way. But I feel like they haven't gotten into that rhythm yet. And I'm hoping to see them bring that A game because, it's now or never. 2 games are done. And you just have 2 more games, try to make it up. And like DK said, they could change things around, get a couple of kills, and that winner win a chicken dinner. They might just be sitting at that top.
I think you took the words right out of my mouth. It's now or never. There's 2 more maps left, and they could be finding themselves an immediate spot in Umzansi. So for the teams now starting off on Miramar, it's the 3rd map of the day. We are very close towards the end. Who's going to be taking this one is the question. Who's going to be kicking people off the leaderboard? That's another question. We'll have to wait and see. DK, Fire, you guys take it away. You know what you're doing. Let's go through all the action starting now.
Well, speaking about starting now, we can see that flight path, of course, coming in all the way from the east, heading straight over in towards the west. So a very straight flight path. Well, usually they all are straight, if I'm being honest. But either way, this one is it's just a slight bit over towards that northern edge, just off center. So it still enables quite a few of these teams to get into those drop locations they like to frequent, the ones they know and love. And looking at what we have on the board right now, it is looking to be quite a contested zone, as the zone itself heads all the way down in towards that southeastern side, just saying to the teams, you know what, thank you so much for coming, but I'll go the other way. And this, of course, now opens up that opportunity for the teams to try and put a stop to the hopes and dreams of a few of the other contending teams here.
Yeah, definitely. Just like you said, the zone shifting all the way towards that eastern region. So we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of teams just rotating away. But one thing that has always left me, I'm not sure what the right word is. My English isn't doing quite well today. I took that one from you, by the way, yesterday. But you do see the guys from NK, see landing within the same place. I've always seen, Miramar, as big as it is, get a lot of early action. A lot of teams landing within the same region. Sometimes we'll get more early fights than we actually do from Sanhok. That's a smaller map. So we may see a couple of teams, like Natural Killers, like ScrimFarm, get into an early fight right here, as opposed to, even the previous games that we did see.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see where the teams are going to be trying to head on into. The Magicians already magically losing one of their players in the early game as Rids gets, rid of the lobby and moves straight on in, ready to wait for the final match. But now, of course, this is the looting phase. The teams are going to go about their business, trying to get those weapons, trying to prep themselves up for those later few phases. We did see a few teams already pretty close. Of course, YONKOUS now being one of the teams rather... Yeah, it is YONKOUS right here alongside the players from Rain from Hell, getting caught in a little bit of an uncomfortable position in that early game, as you've pointed out. But now we look to see also what the players here from the side of ScrimFarm are going to bring to the table. They've got Natural Killers right alongside them, and I'm honestly hoping for a lot of table shaking in this match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that YONKOUS is going to be screaming out loud when they do lose their man, Luis. So they see him come in with pretty much like, the best Hugh strats in that Sanhok game. He's the go-to guy when it comes to getting those placement points. And, losing him early on is definitely not what they would be, definitely not what would have been, part of the game plan. But now the guys from NK getting pushed by ScrimFarm, and they're one of those teams that we haven't really seen them perform. But Roshi is pretty much just at a position where he's all alone. So he's just got to be careful about this push. But if he can get another knock, that could definitely change things out and give his team time to push onto his position. So let's see how they do play this. And let's see if they do go for that revive quite quickly and push onto him and take him out.
Come on. Natural Killers looking to hold on to their position. Currently sitting quite comfortably in that top 8. But for how much longer will they be able to retain that spot, though? Players coming in from the side of ScrimFarm, sitting all the way down in towards that 14th position. They are in dire need of any and all points they're able to muster. But of course, up comes the shot. Eli goes right on down. Wizardson also down. Oh, beautiful shot coming in from Shield, as he sends it straight up in towards Osiris. But now, there's still a bit of a fight. Natural Killers now to having 2 remaining hopefuls left, that being Shroud and Silla. We see them disengage, which I think is a pretty good call. The Natural Killers, they don't want to give up their position. Unfortunate that Osiris got caught out in the exchange, but of course, up comes the side of the ScrimFarm here, and they bring in some 2 comfortable points to the board.
Man, definitely. You can see Shield being prepared right there, getting 2 kills, holding that DMR, putting in the work onto the guys from Natural Killers. Definitely what you do expect in this map, but knowing how big this map is we may just see the guys from ScrimFarm now get into their game style. But man, taking out 2 from Natural Killers, I can actually see that happening beginning of this game. But YONKOUS getting a knock onto Neon.
Yeah,
Let's take a
yeah.
look at this.
Man, this is looking pretty good. Really catching the players there from Rain from Hell completely off guard as Jerbad and Julmenk come in with that position up on towards the hill. Of course, now we see that race come straight on through on towards Neon, but are they going to try and close this one up? Are we going to see them move in and try bring in some of those points? Because, I mean, looking at where YONKOUS is, they are sitting in 8th place. They do have 16 points on the board. But of course, as we know, there's only 12 points separating that 10th place and 1st place. So I'm hoping to see the teams really looking to bring in those disruptions. And of course, the players there from the SoulKillers, they are making their way up 1 point away from that top 8, but they're going to have to bring in way more than that. And this is what makes this match so exciting, is that the teams have so much to work for. Keep in mind, though, still the 8 teams that finish at the top of this leaderboard today are going to be moving straight into Umzansi. No more matches, no more qualifying. That is it. It is done. They've got the slot. So now everyone needs to step up and deliver. Of course, the Magicians here are going to try and make that play happen. They do have the players from the Drogons right here alongside them. And this could potentially be where we could see the players of Drogons actually bring in a little bit of that redemption.
Yeah, I mean, if these two teams do decide to take on this fight head on, it's one of those things that's going to break my heart, because these two teams, oh my goodness, need the points. Dragons need it. The guys from Magicians do need to get more points. So either way, it's just going to be really heartbreaking to see, because Dragons is one of those teams that we've seen perform over and over again. But sometimes the downfall of one team is the success of another. As you can see, Kelvin gets in that confirmed right there on 2 tests, and Dragons are just now left with Dan and Nero, who probably just decided to disengage, just move away from that particular fight. And my goodness, I don't know, DK. You've watched it with Zanzi. You know, you've seen Dragons for a couple of seasons. What do you think is the difference now between the Dragons of the past, now coming in down to, the relegations matches, and, still struggling here?
I think it's just rhythm. I think it's mainly just rhythm. Somewhere, someone broke a rhythm of a thing, of a something, of a what, and then, they just you can see they are trying to find that rhythm once again. I mean, I like Dan. Dan, the man, the one-man clan, that guy is a legend, right? We've seen some insane plays from Dan in past seasons. I've cast this guy for almost as long as I've been casting, which is quite a while, and, seen those strong plays. We know that the Drogons, they have that potential. But of course, now, speaking about potential, that zone is really not delivering much for the teams, as quite a big chunk of that zone is now positioned over in towards the water. The team's now going to be pushed on towards those cliff sides. They're going to be fighting it out. It is going to be an uphill battle for several of them. And in fact, we see quite a few teams still positioned out in towards the blue zone, with a few teams already taking that initiative, moving up, being proactive, finding themselves a decent position within the zone. But I'm curious to see what that anchor point there for the Black Clovers are going to bring. I mean, we see Dagger, he's already positioned in zone. The rest of the team now making their rotation in from up in towards the north. And this is where it's absolutely essential for the teams to set themselves up in a very strong position, because that's the region is going to be so tough to fight in.
Yeah, definitely. As we do know, Miramar is one of those maps, if you're rotating in late and there's a team, just sitting down on a hill, they could take on the shots, blow you out of the vehicle, send you away, right back into the lobby. So yeah, I'll be curious to see how this one goes. But Rain Gaming already taking in some shots onto the guys from ScrimFarm, sending, Shield out of the game. Definitely not what they'll be hoping for.
Now, those blue zone fights are going to be quite costly, but of course, speaking about costly, the SoulKillers looking to be the hope and dream killers for the players here from HORZ, and it is going to be a pretty tough fight. Of course, they are fairly well positioned within the zone, but the shots just flying through, and now we see the natural killers also pulling up into the mix. So, we could have a few third parties come straight on through, but Naruto and Co, they're going to be looking to hold on, and of course, now this is the moment to strike, the moment to move in, clean up house, and bring in some 4 easy kills. Naruto being a little bit cautious. Nothing wrong with that, but cooking up the grenade, getting ready to send it straight on through, missing that opening in towards the window. But Outlaw, he has now been raced on up. Would he be able to put in those defensive plays? No, Marvel steps up with the grenade, sends it right on through. Now it's still up towards Cheeky, but will he be able to get it? No! Hassan and Co move in. They clear house and bring in a beautiful squad wipe for themselves. Well done to the SoulKillers.
Yeah, definitely. It's difficult to beat a team when they have a hero like Naruto, just throwing in the Rasengan into that spot. Yeah. So yeah, the SoulKillers, getting that win as you did expect. I did tell you about the guy Marvel definitely getting 2 kills right there in that position. He's one of those players to be watchful of. He's also that one-man army, can get into a fight, can get you out of tough situations. So yeah, it's really lovely to see them beginning to get into that 8 game. And you know what? Miramar is one of those maps that they always perform well. That game I told you about that was 24 kills, that was SoulKillers in Miramar. They always do seem to enjoy, the layouts, to enjoy how, the map works for them. And yeah, they're performing well again here today.
Well, man, you are hyping them up and you're creating a high expectation for me now. I am hoping they deliver on that front. Otherwise, better luck on Erangel. But as we now wait for this next phase to pop, it stays on that coastline. Black Clover now find themselves in an absolutely beautiful position. They already have the team, of course, coming in from the side of Way of Success, but so many other teams, in fact, the rest of the lobby, the other 12 teams now still having to find a decent position. I'm expecting this Western Front to be absolutely insane. But this is the opportunity for Black Clover, as well as the players here from Way of Success, to set themselves up in anticipation of the absolute chaotic play that is about to be right upon them.
Do you think that this zone could actually finish in the water? I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but half of it is just sitting in the water right now. So it almost feels like the circle is actually half of what it is right now. So we're going to see violence just erupt at any particular moment right now, because there's so few buildings working.
Not only that, but we want to see the teams being put to the test, and this zone is delivering by the bucket loads. And of course, here we go, the shots flying straight on through as the players from the SoulKillers look to continue with the momentum they've built up into this match. Right up ahead of them, we do see the players there from Seven Sins, and the shots flying through. Choto Gaming now trying to hold on to the ridge line, but of course we do see the players from Fear coming in. Those are not the only teams in this region. Everyone else pretty much just scattered throughout, and it's going to be a pretty tough position to be holding on. And this is actually, we will be seeing quite a few teams being punished for all those small little mistakes, as they cannot afford to have anything go wrong at the current moment. 14 teams, 47 players. We are in the 3rd phase, and it's going to be absolute brutality. This is looking like almost a 7th phase zone. Half the zone is water. You can't go there. So everyone is now being forced closer and closer together, and it is going to be absolutely chaotic.
There's like a single team sitting down in every single position in the zone right now. So those who are rotating and getting in late are definitely going to get shot at. NK taking a risk. I would expect a team with the caliber to already be sitting down, quite comfortably in the zone, but they did decide to. Caveira right there coming in with the mini and getting one of those knocks. But unfortunately, they're probably not going to be able to push onto that one, as the guys from SK are sitting down, quite far from them. The next zone is definitely going to determine a lot of things. Imagine if that zone shifts all the way east towards that water region. It's definitely going to be mind-blowing to see how these guys fight across that shoreline.
I don't even want to think of it. And now, as we can see, the teams are just getting closer and closer together. I mean, this is So tough for the teams, but of course, absolutely fantastic to watch, to see them sweat, to see them now having to come up with those strategies as that zone continues right back in towards the edge of that Impala position. Already, we do see the players there from Gorilla Glue in a beautiful spot. Black Clover also looking golden. Seven Sins also in a decent position, but of course, now will they be able to make it work? So this is a play where the teams that have themselves in those compounds, they now just need to bring in the coverage. They now just need to try and secure the spot, because this is going to be absolutely insane. Still, 45 players alive, 14 teams remaining. And man, they just continue to get closer and closer together. They got a few seconds left on the clock before that blue zone closes up, and we move up into our next phase. And of course, now it is going to be insane. Hassan getting taken down at the hand of Brody. The shots coming in from that southwestern side. The south itself looking pretty congested. Rainbow Six looking to move on in. And now as we look on the screen in the background, we do have the players there from Seven Sins looking to hold on, looking to make the plays work. And of course, they have the team here from the SoulKillers right alongside them. It is still going to be a pretty tough push whichever way the zone goes.
Oof, the guys from SoulKillers just coming and hanging around the guys from 7AOK. Like you've seen, we've hyped them. You know, they did lose one player trying to rotate into that zone, but they're trying to get themselves a good position. And definitely, okay, they didn't lose him. It does look like they're able to get him back up. But they're one of those teams that's extremely aggressive. We've seen them take out one of the players from YONKOUS, take out another full team. And if they do get into this fight and can get one or two knocks, then they may push this one. But oof. It's a really tough position for them to be in, sitting outside of the building and, you know, not having sights onto the guys from 7AK.
This is going to be absolutely crazy. As we can see already, quite a few kills now starting to line up in that kill feed. The players there from Black Clover just positioned up in towards the north. But here we go now. This is that moment of truth. Will we see the players here from the side of the SoulKillers find the finishing blow in towards the Drogons? Nero now just trying to stay hidden as long as he possibly can, but he needs to surface for air. Otherwise, he's going to send himself right back up into the lobby. Up comes Maestro, though, looking to close it up. Coming in for a little bit of closer inspection, looking to see if he can find Nero. But, of course, it is going to be a pretty tough play whichever way. They can't get too distracted by this position because still so many teams in the vicinity. And we can see, of course, that kill feed just going absolutely insane. But here we go. A beautiful shot coming in over on towards the players here from the Seven Sins as the SoulKillers continue with their efforts, continuing to apply the pressure. But of course now, again, they too need to focus on the players in the positions surrounding them. Once they've secured this, they need to think of that exit strategy. And Mistress now being the last remaining hopeful for the side there, of course, of the Seven Sins. It's going to be feeling a lot of that pressure come in, but we can see the players already starting to move in. Comfy Cartel position just up on the hill. Fear also holding up in the vicinity, and down goes the Seven Sins. Beautiful game so far for the SoulKillers. 8 kills on board. How many more will they be able to bring in?
I told you. We talked about it. We talked about how they're an aggressive team, how they love Miramar, and you know they always get the kills. Definitely, Marvel is one of those players to you know just watch out for. And now, not just that, it does seem like you know the gods of PUBG are on their side. I think do have a good position within that zone. They've got themselves about 8 kills, so it's you know it's all down to them, you know, on how they close out this game.
Oh, here we go. Black Clover now getting pushed by the side there of the players from the SoulKillers. Who's going to be the team to come out on top in this exchange? As the players now looking ready to push on through Samurai and Indiags, whatever, holding that off angle, looking to see if they can find the position. But Black Clover holding their own, staying in their positions, not looking to disclose the information just yet. But Maestro finds an opening, sends it straight in towards Hamodi. Up comes the players now moving in. Down goes Vibe Dagger, now about to get pushed. The shots come in. Down he goes. It is up to U-High coming in with a jump shot. Would he be able to close it out? Up comes the players here from the SoulKillers. Will they crash the dreams and hopes for Black Clover? Down they go. Black Clover finishing off in that 10th spot. Will it be enough to hold on to their position as they have quite a few teams still remaining? 8 teams now looking to move on through and up ahead. Of course, the shots continue as Naruto takes aim once again over towards the Comfy Cartel.
Woo, that is definitely one for the guys from Inkosi. All right, so that was actually a way of success coming in with another knock there. We've seen them throughout the entire, games today just be absolutely outstanding. They were outstanding in that Sanhok game where they did take out 2 teams. And they've come right here again, and they keep doing it. They keep doing it. They've gotten a couple of kills to themselves. They taking out the guys from Black Clover. So, man, my guys, my Zanzibar teams are doing well. What do you think? What do you think, DK? Yo, guys.
It is absolutely insane. At this moment, I am not rooting for either of the sides. For me, it's just like, show me the money, show me the action.
Exactly.
Man, they just come in swinging, fighting, heads, action. Everything just continues to go. And of course, now the players here from Rainbow Six Madagascar are going to be trying to make a bit of a play. This is an absolute beautiful fight between Inkosi and Umzansi teams going to town, trying to secure themselves a slot moving into that 4th season. But of course, now Rainbow Six holding on to that southern position. They still have 3 players to make that dream work up ahead. Gorilla Glue going to try and squeeze on in. They do have the numbers. Ooh. Beautiful shot coming in here from Hassan. Not finding the necessary amount of damage, though. But it would have been beautiful had he gotten a knock come through with that one tap. The zone continue now to switch all the way down on towards that southern edge. The north is going to be pretty tough to handle. And Fear being one of the teams positioned up ahead. So many teams still alive. 6 teams remain. Quite a few of them still sitting on very strong numbers. And of course, this is now the moment of truth for several of them. As we can see, the players there from Gorilla Glue still getting quite a few shots flying straight on in. Hassan finds a beautiful hit onto Rowe. But will he be able to close it up? J Roller and the rest of the squad now just inching their way forward. You can see the Samurai also now getting ready to rush on in, looking to set up a beautiful anchor point within that zone. The players there from Comfy Cartel just holding on towards this western front, but up comes Fear looking to contest them. Will we see the shots come through? Broly goes right on down. Up comes the next few shots. Who's going to be the team to make it up into zone? It is going to be absolutely insane. Down goes Squeak as well. Of course, now Fear moving up completely fearless as they rush on in. Fortunately for Comfy Cartel, they were able to send one of their players up into zone to set up that position. But of course, now it is up to True and Lala to make this work. It is an absolute brutal position to be in.
Man, that is a definitely absolute brutal position to be in for the guys from Comfy Cartel. And you did see them losing a couple of players right there to Fear as they did push on. But we got 6 teams right here left in the game. And you can see SK just putting in the damage right there onto Fear, taking out a couple of people. We talked about this, how they are an aggressive team, how they love to play Miramar. And they have a good position within that center to do it. They have a couple of teams in front of them and they can go all out, just popping the shots and taking each and every one of them out. But Rila is still in this. Gorilla Glue still have the guys from Way of Success in the front. You can see Samurai trying as much as possible to pop out those smokes, but Coco, Zig, and J-Roller know where they are. They're sending out them nades. And definitely we can see a push coming from them at any particular point in time. Maestro and Co just trying as much as possible to hold their region. Rila has to find a way to get that revive and, just get deeper into that zone. But they are the position where at any particular point in time, the zone could shift away from them and they have to move in. It's definitely curious to see how this game is going to end. Rainbow Six just waiting at those containers outside. SK holding those buildings right there. Could pop on shots to the guys from Fear who are looking to move into that zone as it is now shifting. The next zone is definitely going to switch things up.
Yeah, definitely going to switch it up, and it continues on, just centering up so beautifully over towards the players there, of course, now from the Way of Success. So the team here from the SoulKillers, they don't need to move that far to secure themselves a decent position within the zone. But of course, 6 teams remain. It is going to be absolutely insane. And now this is the opportunity for Rainbow Six to move on in, as we can see Prime finding the shot straight on towards Choco Gaming, and now Hassan and well as Naruto positioned up on some beautiful angles on towards this roof. A little bit of high ground, but will they be able to make it count? Will they be able to capitalize on it? Marvel now feeling the pressure, as we can see. Oh, Rainbow Six moving in prime, finding yet another easy target. But of course, now it is up to the players here from Gorilla Glue to try and make it work. Going up against the team from Way of Success, holding on to that bold position. Up comes the hit and down goes Coco. 4 teams now left to fight it out. Who's going to be team to clutch it? Comfy Cartel reduced down to Lala, just holding up in that little shack. I can't even English anymore. It is so intense. But of course, our final 4 teams looking to push through, looking to secure themselves a decent position. Solo, or rather the players from Way of Success, now rotating along the southern edge of that zone, looking to come in. Hassan not really spotting that rotation just yet. A very, very tactical maneuver coming in from them. Already 10 kills on board. The players here from SoulKillers sitting on 14 kills. Only a 2-man team remains. But will Hassan and Naruto bring it home? Will they be able to clutch that winner chicken dinner? Lala just in La La Land at the moment, just holding on for dear life, hoping that the zone works out, hoping that they can make it up into that top 3, because we know getting into top 3 awards double-digit points. And the teams, man, they need that. They want to be one of the 8 teams to slide straight on into Umzansi. Rainbow Six sitting on 4 kills, 2 players. It is Stone, it is Prime. And they look primed and ready to roll. That blue zone, of course, now closing on up. This is where the hands could be forced. This is now almost down to the money. That centers up once again. It is so small, so tiny. We can't even see where it's gone, but I'm thinking it's over towards the players here from the SoulKillers. Man, the zone is just absolutely brutal.
Yeah, definitely. If the guys from SoulKillers can make it all the way into those containers, then they could change this game entirely. But Natural Killers coming in right there with 2 knocks. As you see Hassan getting those knocks, definitely going to get that revive on. So right now, as it stands, they've gotten 2 knocks. If Rainbow Six does manage to get into this fight early on, it could definitely change things around. But it does seem like it's only the guys from, SK who's trying as much as possible to put the damage in. Stone has got the containers in his front, so he could, just rotate into those positions. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how it is going to be for these teams. If guys like Naruto, Hassan are not in the zone, then they got to jump down from that building. They're going to take some damage. They might get taken out by Prime and Stone. They've gotten a couple of kills. They couldn't get the confirm onto the guys from Way of Success. Way of Success is sitting down with a full team. So they've got to now rotate in. They got to find a way. Lala has been taken out of the game by Naruto, and you can see Naruto still trying to, just put in the damage, put in the hurt. But Way of Success now moving in to those containers, and you can see Nyax trying to move into those buildings. He's got to be careful, because he may be meeting the guys from Rainbow Six, and now all of a sudden fighting 2 teams. And definitely what happens, they do take him down. And this game is looking like it's going to end up at the end of the day between the guys from SoulKillers and Rainbow Six, just focusing all of their energy on Way of Success. And you can see Way of Success is just now down to just Beyond. Whoa. Okay. I think this is going to end.
This is looking pretty tough, but of course now very fortunate for Way of Success that Bjorn has been able to secure the position right here behind those containers. But of course now Rainbow Six, their hand is being forced. That blue zone is getting ready to move, and now we look to see what they're going to bring. Of course, the players here from the SoulKillers still perched up on the roof, not willing to budge just yet. But of course, depending on how far the zone is going to push them, they need to try and make that call. You can see the smokes now being deployed. This would be an ideal opportunity for some grenades, I guess, to start flying around. I mean, this is going to be an easy clap for some of these players. But of course, Stone taking quite a bit of damage, just trying to ride out that blue zone. But as we know, Papa Blue is the boss. He is not going to let anyone slide. Stone now managing to just secure himself back up into wood zone. But if he just ventures around this crate, he could be finding himself right there alongside Bjorn. Up comes Naruto jumping off of the roof, trying to pull back into safety, but Prime moves in, finds the shot, down he goes. Hassan still up on the roof. It is a smoky zone as we move in. And of course, Hassan gets taken down. Oh, sorry, Naruto. Up comes Hassan, falls off of the roof. No chance even. Sacrificial lamb. It is up to Bjorn to make it work. Up he comes, puts the shots in. Stone and Prime so low on health. Bjorn can have this one in the bag. Find the shots, find the angles, and it is yours. But of course, Stone quickly brings in that med kit. Prime also quickly meds right on through. Up comes the rush, the pincer maneuver. Bjorn puts one down, but down he goes. Absolutely insane finish. And Rainbow 6 Madagascar. Man, absolutely insane finish. 7 kills on board. What a way to close off Miramar. Dude, I'm sweating.
Damn. But one of the teams we did speak about throughout was the guys from SoulKillers getting, just take a look at those numbers. Let it sink in. 17 kills and that third position. Just saying, if Rainbow Six didn't get those positions that they did, and they were totally brave, thanks to Prime and Cora, just getting into those positions and taking out the guys, like Marvel. But man, that was wild. That was wild. At some point in time, I thought it was going to be SK, but Rainbow Six just, they did thin.
I don't know how they made it. That medkit just popped off at the right time. I really thought Bjorn was gonna clutch that one. I was like, it's done. They were like 10 HP each. Done, dusted. But those medkits came in clutch, and ultimately then it was back to the 2v1, and they just had to peak at the right time, go together, work together, and finish it off. And unfortunately, it was a little bit too much for Bjorn to handle in that situation. 1v2 is never a fun time. But Miramar coming to a close, and more questions than answers for me. At this point in time, we've had a very different set of winners. We've had a very different set of top 5s, top 10s even. So these leaderboards are going to be very interesting, but of course we will first be looking at the standings of this map, MVP, etc., and then the overall leaderboard you can catch during the break and at the end of the stream. So let's take a look at the standings for the time being. SoulKillers, of course, coming in with that first place finish, with those 17 kills really bumping them up to a total of 27 points. Rainbow 6 Madagascar, of course, were the ones to take the winner chicken dinner, but with only 7 points, they are a little bit behind the SoulKillers in second place with 22. Way of Success tied with them with 22. The Cartel still in this top 8 with 11 points in 4th place. Fear still staying in 5th place. Gorilla Glue Esports in this. YONKOUS in 7th place. And Rain from Hull rounding up your top 8. As we take a look at the next page, it's getting interesting. That's definitely what I'm going to stick to for the time being. In 9th place, we do have ScrimFarmAF. In 10th, we've got 7 Sins, Art of Killing. Black Clover coming in 11th place. Natural Killers in 12th. Magicians in 13th. Not Gaming in 14th. Drogons in 15th. And HORZ Esports in 16th. Wow. It's an interesting set of teams, but before we go and look at that, let's first take a look at your MVP for this game. And of course, from Rainbow Six Madagascar, your winner chicken dinners, it's going to be Prime with 6 kills, a total damage of 775, and a total survival time of 28 minutes and 34 seconds. Now, yeah, those kills coming through there from the SoulKillers were insane, and I'm happy to see that the Inkosi teams are really stepping it up. But the question remains, is it enough? How are the teams looking, and who's going to be your top 8 that are going to just grab their positions already, going to be happy to take those spots in Umzansi for Season 4 and continue onwards, whereas the rest will have to come back tomorrow. It's an interesting thought. We're going to have to wait for those overall standings as we look at them. And of course, we still have one more map. We still have another Erangel. Before we go to the break, DK, any fleeting thoughts there about that, Miramar?
It was an absolutely insane game, especially moving into those later few phases. And we've seen the importance of meds. They came in absolutely clutch right there on the end to close it out for Rainbow Six Madagascar. So yeah, I'm hoping to see that insanity continue through, roll on in towards Erangel. That is what we'd like to see, as the teams have really started to build up that momentum. And for me, honestly, it is still so close. I don't think there's any definitive team to have that top slot just yet.
That's what we have to wait and see. So we're going to be going to a short break, but please stay with us. We've got one more map, and of course, we still have to find out who's going to be the top 8 going through and taking their spot, and which 8 are coming back tomorrow for Sunday's promotion relegation games. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the promotion relegation matches for Umzansi. Now, of course, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. I'm your host, Proxy, and joined with the casters that we have been bringing you the action tonight. It's DK, it's Fire. It's been a journey. It's been a very long journey from Umzansi to Inkosi. We've come to this point. We are two days in to this promotion relegation, and we are on to the last map, of course, where we started back to Erangel. But before we get there, let's just remind you of what happened on Miramar and take a look at those standings. Who did what? Who went where? The SoulKillers, of course, they went to every part of the map and decided to pick up some kills. 17 kills with 10 placement points just means that they're leading the pack with 27 points. Rainbow Six Madagascar in second place with 22 points. Wave Success also in third place with 22, and the Comfy Cartel in fourth, Fear in fifth, Gorilla Glue Esports in sixth, YONKOUS in seventh, and Rain from Hell rounding it up, your top 8 for your third game. Now the rest, a little bit quiet. ScrimFarm in 9th place, Seven Sins AOK in 10th, Black Clover in 11th, Natural Killers in 12th, Magicians in 13th place, Not Gaming in 14th, and Drogons and HORZ Esports rounding up the standings. So now, let's take a look at those overall leaderboards just to remind you about who's currently leading the pack. So there it is. Rainbow Six Madagascar on top for now with 43 points. 1 point difference between them and second place SoulKillers. So, I mean, it's tight. It's tight at the top. And Comfy Cartel not far off with 35 points. Fear with 31. Wave Success as well with 31. Black Clover with 27. Natural Killers with 26. And Gorilla Glue Esports with 22 points. And those are currently your top 8. Now, of course, to remind you, your top 8 will be going directly to Umzansi. After today, directly, they've got a spot in Umzansi. It's done. It's dusted. They have done the work. So these top 8, the teams on this list right now are close, are very close, but we still got one more map. So let's take a look at the second page just to remind you how close these teams are and how quickly they could be kicked out. So YONKOUS, 1 point difference between them and 8th place with 21 points. HORZ Esports with 18, Rain from Hell with 17, ScrimFarmAF with 10, and then it starts trickling down just a little bit. But it's still very close. DK, tell me, I mean, we were talking about how close it is, but now that we're looking at it, this is crazy.
I mean, this is almost nerve-wracking because if we look at the position between Fear, who is currently sitting up in that 4th place, and all the way down to the players here from, for instance, Rain from Hell, there's really not a lot of points separating them. Again, 14-point difference. So that is one decent match. The next last one, if they have one decent match, one good match, that could be it. That could be enough to secure a position in there. But what's strange to notice, though, is that we've got a little bit more of the Inkosi team sitting on the second page. So I don't know if it's the nerves that is probably just maybe getting a little bit better of them there. I don't know. Maybe they just have something in the bag that they've been, kind of trying to build up to get into this final match, and then they're just going to let it rip and let loose and go absolutely ham and knock me off my chair. I'm hoping for that. I've actually put stuff in place in case that happens. So, that's what I'm hoping to see.
I don't understand it though, if they're doing it on purpose, it's a big risk to take. Yes, you do have another chance tomorrow, but you don't know. Tomorrow's teams might want it more than you do. Might be going for it a lot harder than you do. I mean, it's a battle royale at the end of the day. RNG is everywhere, my friends, and unfortunately, sometimes it is there to take you out. We know the zone. We've seen it. Even today on Miramar, it was not a nice zone. So I mean, what's stopping it from doing that exact thing to you tomorrow? So it's a risk, but yeah, maybe they are saving their strength for tomorrow because we know it's going to be a grueling match to come back tomorrow and face the other 8 that just made it in on Friday that are going to be battling it out for a spot tomorrow. But yeah, we were talking about it. What's happening to our Inkosi teams? Our leaders, our absolute MVPs from Inkosi, all of a sudden so quiet. What are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, the only teams that are sort of like impressing me are SoulKillers and Way of Success. I'm surprised. I would like to. I expected a lot more from YONKOUS, and especially the Magicians. We I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I probably would try to find out later on after the game. But the thing is, I mean, coming in as first and second throughout the season, and then not being able to show up when you really need it, must be really demoralizing. Maybe it's the nerves, um, or maybe I don't know. I don't really know what it is, but I mean, this is where they need it. It's down to this final game, so it's really now or never for them.
I think you're exactly that. I mean, we said earlier it was now or never. You know, we need the results to come through now. But as you said, 14 points difference between potentially fourth place and potentially, I mean, 10, 11, 12 place. That's nothing. That's something that I've seen many teams do pretty much double in one match.
Yeah.
So the potential is definitely there. But yeah, it does concern me that the Inkosi teams are so quiet. Whether they're banking on one map, whether they're banking on tomorrow's games, something needs to change. They need to put some fire under their feet and really, really go for this. But with the last map up and ready for it, the last match of your promotion relegation day 2 matches for Umzansi have officially gone underway. It's DK, it's fire taking you through all this action. Guys, you know what to do. Let's go.
Well, here we are moving straight on into this match. We can see our flight path, of course, coming in over on towards that western side. So definitely the zone of the flight path, rather, not smiling down upon these players. It is looking to bring in quite a bit of a challenge. And I'm going to be quite interested to see, though, what that first phase is going to bring. And, of course, how the teams are going to try and respond to that zone, because already the flight path is making it quite difficult, quite tricky for them. I mean, this is the final match, right? This is where everything has come down to. Everything has accumulated into this final match. The top 8 teams will be moving through, and if the teams are waiting for tomorrow to step up, man, I don't know if that's going to be today or it's going to be enough for them to secure a position over in towards Umzansi. For me, the logic makes quite a bit of sense. Come in, just give it your all on this day today. Secure yourself an instant ticket into Season 4. Just bring it in and nothing left to stress about. But of course, now that zone, moving all the way over towards the eastern side, opens up quite a bit of opportunity for the teams to move in. So this is where we want to see that innovation come in. Show that proactiveness, secure yourself in the zone, and be able to defend that spot once it gets contested.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be curious to see if the guys from Drogons can step it up. They're coming into this game with a 3-man squad, and it does look like they're switching it up, changing positions and landing towards the regions around school. But we already see the guys from ScrimFarm getting in the way of success. Success. And Shield already getting taken out of the game. Man, definitely not what they will be hoping to do in this game, man. DK, we've seen, like we've talked about, right? We've talked about, the guys from Inkosi who were at the top of the leaderboard not doing as well. We've seen about 3 games right here. Goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. ScrimFarm, Eli fighting back, getting a knock, getting a confirm right there onto Samurai. And able to save at least, himself from getting taken out.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit of a tough start for both these teams, and not the most ideal way for them to end it off. But of course, a quick disengage could be what they are looking for. Get out of that pressure spot, move yourself into a more advantageous position. And speaking about pressure, I mean, this whole western front is going to be pretty tough, as we do see a large number of our teams already into this region, and now the players here from the way of success reduced down to only 2 players, that of course being Bjorn and Maestro. Looking over over towards the school apartments, we can see the players here from Rainbow Six Madagascar head-to-head with the Drogons, or at least it's Nero, the one that is nearest to them, so it makes sense to have Nero right there. But of course now Prime, he brought in that beautiful shot in the last match. Will we have a repeat of that? Will we see that momentum continue all the way through as the players from Rainbow Six, they are out of here to prove a point, sitting at the top of the leaderboard with 43 points. Man, it is going to be an absolutely insane match. Who's going to make it happen?
Yeah, I mean, the Drogons definitely need to step up in this particular one. You can see Nero just trying as much as possible to get into a position where his teammates can provide him that support as they do bring in the support and take down Kaiden. He does need Dan and Tezuka to step up to him, and he's definitely doing that. He's going to the side of the building, and Prime looking for that opportunity to just go out there, but knowing that Dan is on his tail, just decided, hey, you know what, I'm just gonna hold up for a bit and make sure that I just I don't get taken out too, and take my team down to just 2 players. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, but I do feel like right now the guys from Rainbow Six, just because of the numbers, have the edge, but you never know how it's gonna go.
I mean, this could still be in the bag for the Drogons. We could still see a very impressive play coming in there from there, but Nero is going to be so careful on the corner of that building. But Dan, off on the far side there, is able to provide a decent amount of cover fire. Also, being able to distract the players here from Rainbow Six. So now they need to coordinate that attack to perfection if they want to triumph in this engagement. And Dan can't even afford to shoot a gas canister that's anywhere nearby him by mistake. But of course, now we can see Kaiden. He is now fairly low on health, but he's been rezzed right back on in. And this is going to be putting the Drogons through their faces. They are going to be tried and tested. And Nero now gets spotted as Cora comes in with the shots. It is now down to Dan, and he gets a beautiful hit on in towards Kaiden. But will Dan be able to close this one up? Is it going to be better to disengage? Is it going to be better to stick around and try and fight your way through? It's all up to Dan, but Dan needs to be careful because we've got another team positioned just up in towards the north, so he's not out of the woods just yet. So it's definitely going to be quite a bit of a risky play for him to try and secure that position and those points.
Man, at this particular point in time, I just feel like, the question to him would be, do you want to take on this fight? You definitely can't save Nero. Just get out of the game, get a vehicle, and just leave this position, this point, because it comes down to it. He might be able to get his team a couple more points. I mean, I don't want to say it's over yet for him, but the third party coming in there from YONKOUS and taking down Prime, man. All right, let's see. Are we going to get a push? Maybe. They might want to come in aggressive and get a couple of kills right here. You can see Jomek just crashing onto that building and coming into this one. He's about to get into the building. Pennywise and Jomek making that push. And Jabbots, they just come in. They take down Store. They're going to go upstairs all the way to Prime. And, oof. All right. They're looking serious right here. Want to get that kill. Prime just trying to jump down away from the building, but Pennywise is like, where you going, buddy? It takes him down. And all right, this is the YONKOUS we know. Coming in with 2 straight knocks right there.
I mean, YONKOUS just come on swinging into this engagement, already putting quite a bit of hurt up into his Rainbow Six, but this could also be a beautiful opportunity there for Dan to try and make something work, as he does have that element of surprise towards the players here from YONKOUS. But now, meanwhile, we do see Quora and Kaiden being put on a slight bit of a back foot, as YONKOUS is just relentless in their efforts. YONKOUS want to secure themselves a position in that top 8. Of course, the shot come through right on towards Lewis, so no heal strat we're going to be seeing come through from the players of YONKOUS here. But Dan, the man, just holding in the auditorium. Will he be able to make it work? Cora also just positioned up ahead, and so far it is looking fairly beneficial for Dan. Of course, the grenades getting sent in. Cora just out of range. Very fortunate play there for them, of course. Well, now we see that push come in. I mean, Dan just capitalizing on the shots. Pennywise now getting hit in the meanwhile by Kaiden, and Dan could really just third-party the heck out of this.
Man, Dan being like the great third player for Rainbow Six and taking out one of the guys from YONKOUS, and also getting another knock. Man, he could be putting in a lot of damage for them and just walk away with this one with a couple extra kills for his team. You talked about it, about him being, that one-man action. Are we going to see one of those games from Dragons where, Dan goes all the way and gets his team a great placement point at the same time, a couple of kills?
Man, Dan the man, he's like, he can do it. He can pull it off. I have no doubt about that. It just comes down to whether or not Dan believes it today. It is going to be a pretty high stakes play, whichever way it goes. But of course, now the players here from YONKOUS are going to be looking to potentially maybe reposition themselves, maybe disengage from this region here. But then could now strike at exactly that moment. Now quickly you see Julming now trying to reposition, heading off into the distance, getting away, trying to see if anyone's going to try and take that engagement. This is a little bit of a lure. Oh, there we go. Dan steps up, finds yet another head. Will he get to confirm? He is so close. Pretty successful push coming in, but Pennywise has got his eyes fixed on the window. So Dan not out of the woods just yet. But if he can find those finishing blows, it would definitely be amazing for them. Gaiden, meanwhile, using the opportunity to creep himself a little bit closer. Julmink now coming right on back. Dan, this guy, come on. I mean, Dan, do it, Dan.
I mean, if there's anything you want to say about him as a player, he's gotten those knocks after again, dealing with them. Both him and Kaiden acted as if they're from the same team and just put it in the heart onto the guys from YONKOUS. I'm sure they will be really pushing this position right now, asking themselves, like, they could have probably paid more attention to the surroundings because they just came in between these two fights and just got hit after and after again. Dan just putting in punishment onto them. If they can escape from this one, definitely it would be, happy moments for them. He's destroyed the vehicle. He's got a couple of knocks. They still have 3 players, so that definitely is some, advantage to them. But man, Dan, I didn't see this play coming from him. I thought he would just, he would just rotate, leave that position, try to get deeper into the zone. But yeah, he wants to fight. He knows he can do it. So let's see.
There's a reason why I call him Dan the man, the one-man clan. I mean, if anyone can do it, Dan sure can. So, yeah, we're going to be looking onto the rest of the lobby to see what the teams are going to bring us. We see that centralized portion of the zone looking pretty hot and heated. In fact, the players there from Gorilla Glue getting into a little bit of a tussle, but of course, they've got quite a few teams to contend with. Even that far southern edge towards that eastern bridge also looking pretty tough. We see the players there from the Magicians, but meanwhile, the rushes are still happening over in towards the school's apartment. Gaiden still up and at it, has not given up hope just yet. And of course, the players here from YONKOUS, they're not going to be backing down anytime soon either. I think the only thing that could stop them at this point in time will be that zone shift. And of course, we're going to be waiting to see where the next phase will be taking us. But center zone itself is looking pretty hot and tight and spicy. SoulKillers holding up there as well alongside the players from the Natural Killers. So quite a few teams in our current top 8 positioned in that centralized position, in that centralized region. I'm curious to see what they're going to bring. Will we see any of them potentially getting sent right on out? Will they go right back into the lobby? Or could we see one of the teams on that second page coming in with a bit of a bounce back, pushing themselves right back up into the top 8, with the zone now shifting once again over in towards the northwestern side, northeast rather. Black Clover have a decent position just outside of Mansion, but of course, Rain from Hell also beautifully set up over on towards the west. They could be looking to improve that play. But this is now that essential moment because a lot of teams are coming in with those rotations, looking to push up.
Yeah, definitely. You also see the guys like Fear, pretty much heading towards that region where Prison is. 7AOK sort of doing the same. These teams need to get into that action, but man, coming back here in school, you still see the guys from YONKOUS sort of getting into it versus Kaiden, and they're making the push right now, almost telling themselves, you know what, we got to get you out of this game. You've punished us so far. It is time for you to get out, and they're making that push.
Well, let's see. This is now a waiting game as that zone has shifted up. They need to make that play. They cannot afford to stay in here for much longer as the blue zone is starting to close on in. Dan still just looking over every now and again, but trying his utmost best to try and find a vehicle. You can see that search mentality now come in over on the mini-map. course, the players here from YONKOUS going to be looking to close up this engagement with the side of Rainbow Six. Kaiden bringing in some of the parkour that we've seen before, but will he be able to find that finishing blow? I mean, third party of note could still come in from Dan. I'm curious to see what Dan's going to do. He can spot the vehicles just up ahead, but they are on fire, so his only options are going to be to run. Kaiden also now just trying to hug this hard cover as best he can, but oh, it is not going to be enough. Jewel Mark steps up, down he goes, and Dan now needs to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, man, he just got to get out of there, get into the zone. Definitely the play that's going to come out from him. But Fear, noticing a couple of teams just rotating past him. They've also got to get a good position. They're sitting right there, just really close to the guys from Gorilla Glue. And let's see how this one does. The shot's about to let loose right there. Man, I'm curious to see who takes this game home, because at the end of the day, the top 8 teams taking themselves all the way to Umzansi. So there's going to be celebrations immediately this game is done, because finally you made it, you got into the big leagues, and that's what a lot of these teams, especially the guys who have struggled all the way from Inkosi, will be thinking at the back of their minds.
Well, they still have a little bit of time to go before we know who is wearing. Looking at that zone, we do see the players now from YONKOUS rushing straight on in. Dan still trying to find that rotation. The zone continues up on towards that northwestern side this time around. But of course, Black Clover right on the edge of the zone. We do see the players here from the SoulKillers positioned over on towards that western side. Now looking to explore a little bit, looking to advance their position. But it is going to be pretty tough, as we do see the Natural Killers as well as the team there from Seven Sins, the Magicians. Everybody now just getting themselves back up in towards zone. It is going to be a first come, first serve situation with the compounds. But who's going to be the teams to move up and dominate as Dan gets taken out by the blue zone? No, Dan. But up we go. HORZ now trying to find the shots, causing quite a bit of hurt over the players there of Natural Killers. And of course, down goes Sela as well. A pretty tough one. Natural Killers still have we'll still have one player left in the game from what we can see on the map, but of course, will they now be able to secure themselves in a decent position? This is where the absolute insanity comes in once again. The SoulKillers come in with the spray towards the Magicians.
Oh my goodness, the Magicians definitely do not need this. Kelvin does get taken out of the game. They got to get the points. Legacy just trying to rotate into the zone around the guys from YONKOUS. So, and also getting tagged up. You can see Choco right there, putting in the work onto several different teams. 70OK needs to rotate in. Man, Magicians not looking good at this particular point in time. They may just not be able to make it all the way into that top 8.
Ooh.
And, man.
No, not if they pull a disappearing act like that. I mean, that is it. Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate a good disappearing act, but that one, that is a rip right there. And of course, now 12 teams remain, 34 players still alive, and Black Clover bringing in a little pain, a little bit of hurt onto the side of Comfy Cartel. Meanwhile, we do see the players there from Seven Sins positioned all the way down on towards that southern edge. But Shroud, the remaining hopeful for the side of Natural Killers, positioned smack dab center zone. Could be a good play. I mean, we've seen some magic happen with solos in this game. But of course, will that be Shroud today? The Natural Killers, they are up in that top 8, but they are so close to a little bit of danger, sitting only 4 points ahead of Gorilla Glue, who we currently have up in 8th. So there is still quite a bit of pressure on the shoulders here. Black Clover playing this one big brain, just staying out of the fights, staying in a safe spot, making sure they fight only when they really, really have to fight to secure that position. But now I'm curious to see what the rest of the zone's going to bring.
Man, there's several different teams know that they do need this point. It all comes down to this. You can see them just trying as much as possible to be conscious. Ray putting in the work onto the guys from Comfy Cartel and taking out Lala from the game. Man, jeez. Oof. Shylock. All right, so I mean, I do see again the guys from Yonkers just trying to rotate in, trying to scout around several different regions. Fear coming in with those 2-2 splits. I mean, this is one of those things I see a lot coming in right now with a lot of teams. You know, the splitting in twos. But I mean, sometimes I see one of those two players getting taken out. Is that the game plan? Or they're hoping, one of those teams is going to be in the circle, just as we see now. Fear Me and I do believe that's Hawk are already sitting down in the zone, and the rest of the team can just now rotate in and join them.
Yeah, they were definitely fishing for anchor points, and it's good to see Fear now. As soon as that zone popped, get in the vehicles and they rotate, right? That is a good call coming in from them. So it's not that they went out to try and gather information, trying to figure out where the other teams are. They were purely looking for position within the zone. They set themselves up in a way that they think is going to be best for this coming phase, and man, it worked out beautifully for them. They are in the zone. They have a decent position over in towards the north, and they could now look to capitalize on that. They've got a beautiful ridge line to play with there, and this is where Fear can bring in quite a bit of pain to any of these opposing teams. And of course, they are currently tied with the players there from Way of Success. So, Yonkers, they still have quite a bit of a challenge up ahead of them. They're looking to find that opening, that way back up into Wood Zone. And this is where Fear could now start letting loose and just finding some additional points. I mean, now they're already in the 4th place. But again, they're not out of danger just yet.
Yeah, definitely not out of danger just yet. As you can see, the guys from HORZ just rotating around Naruto, taking him down, but also getting knocked right there from a third party. As the guys from Rain just putting the work onto them. But HORZ being absolutely outstanding in this game so far, getting a couple of kills to themselves and coming into this fight. So you can see Choto still trying as much as possible to keep the fight going, to keep his team alive and getting some knocks off his own. But Naruto does seem like a player who is trying to find positions, trying to rotate in, and he probably is just going to be left to bleed out. And Choto has got to make the stand now. He's got to make the move, and he does see a couple of guys from Yonkers in front of him. Jabba's right there, and yeah, he needs to make that move right now. But Black Clover sending in some shots onto the guys from Rain Gaming. Who do you think is going to take this game home, TK? We got 24 players alive.
I've got no idea, but of course, Fear Hulk gonna look into smash that grenade straight up into the side there of Gorilla Glue. It is gonna be a little bit of a tall order as we do see a little bit of separation come in from the team. So some good positional plays, but of course now the teams need to try and condense those positions. They need to bring in those reinforcements. They need to stand together and put that laser focus in. Of course, the players here from Gorilla Glue are having a pretty tough time, but I mean, Fear, they look fearless, they look confident. And now they're trying to put the shots over towards the players they're coming in from the SoulKillers. A little bit of a high demand still remains. 9 teams alive. 23 players scattered throughout the zone, shifting up once again, continuing a little bit further down on towards the south. And we can see the team there from 7 Sins now getting reduced to dust. And man, the zone is looking pretty tough, especially that western front. As we can see, the players all now scattered out. Natural Killer Shroud still holding strong, still within zone. In fact, the only person in that zone. Up comes the rushes. The players here from SoulKillers trying to bring in that advance, trying to push a little bit harder forward, trying to secure themselves, but also at the same time, they are looking to not put themselves in any of those disadvantages. They want to just try and leverage the position, but up comes Naruto alongside Johto Gaming. Will they be able to make that dream work? Rain Gaming still just holding on that far eastern side, and it is still going to be quite a bit of a fight. Up comes Gorilla Glue. Zeke sending it in right behind Fear. Finds the first one into Hulk. Of course, now beautiful trade up coming straight on through, and down they go. Fear steps up and brings in yet a few more points already. 3 kills on board. But now, will they be able to secure that position and push in and dominate the northern region?
Yeah, definitely getting a couple of knocks right there. Sending the guys from Gorilla Glue out of the game. You know what time it is. But yeah, sitting right here is the guys from SoulKillers trying to make it in up against NK Shroud. And he's sitting right next to his beautiful Tesla, putting in the shots right there onto them. You got to get that revive. They do need a couple more points to secure their position all the way to Umzansi. And and definitely is what they're going to be looking at. Choto and Cole just being pumped by those shots from Shroud, and he is one soldier army right now. And he just keeps sending them shots right there. But he also got the guys from Black Clover just on his south. And they will just coming with that third party and taking him out. We're down to 13 players, 5 teams. And who's going to take this one home? Guys from HORZ do need a couple of points right here. Going to make it all the way into that top 8. And they are trying as much as possible to stay within this battle. Who's going to take this one home?
I mean, this is no longer a fight for that winner chicken dinner. Yes, obviously, that is what it is, but they are also, like, this is a fight for those slots. One of those 8 slots to get into Season 4 of Umzansi. We got Black Clover sitting right over on towards this northeastern side. Currently, they are sitting in 6th place. We do have the players from Fear currently sitting in 4th. Do you have the Natural Killers sitting all the way into that 7th position? And then, of course, the players there from HORZ Esports currently in 10th place. But if they push a little bit harder, moving in to try and secure a decent finish in this game, it could be enough to elevate themselves all the way through up into that top 8. They are only 4 points away from that slot. Only 4 points. Of course, that is coming into this match. Already, they've been able to find 6 kills. So, yeah, I don't know what the math is, but whatever. Let's just go along with it. 11 players alive. 4 teams remain. So much potential still remains in this match. We're looking to see who's going to be the teams to move through into our top 8. For the rest of the lobby, their fate has been sealed. What they've done in this match is it. It is done and dusted. But of course, Shroud puts up yet another shot towards Hill. Down he goes. Black Clover trying to make a bit of a play. They still have 4 players up. Down goes Vibe. Daggers also down. U-High. Now one of those 2 remaining hopefuls. Shroud now just capitalizing on their hard cover using that vehicle. But unfortunately, he gets blown to smithereens as the vehicle pops, and that is it. There is no fighting exploding vehicles. Of course, Fear still trying to put up a fight as they come in from that western side. 3 teams left to duke it out. 7 players remain. Fear sitting on a very comfortable 5 kills. Black Clover getting caught right here on this eastern edge. Of course, the players here from HORZ Gaming right there alongside them. They are going to be looking to push on in. Sorry, that is HORZ Esports, but either way, the shots come in. Jiki with a cheeky jump shot. Is he going to be able to bring it in? Hamodi now left to just hide in the grass, but they know where he's at. They're going to try and close it up. Fear absolutely relentless up top. Ahmed now, the last remaining hopeful for the side of HORZ Esports. And of course, Fear looking pretty great. Up on the hill, down goes Chris. It is now up to me to make it work. Who's going to be able to bring it in? Hamodi just inching his way forward. The players here from Fear now using the ridgeline as some nice hard cover to get those raises in to bring their numbers back up. But will it be enough? Will they be able to secure that slot? And here we go. Ahmed quickly rushing into zone, still sticking to the balls, looking to capitalize on that. Hamodi holding on towards that far eastern side. But this is now down to the wire. This is down. Everything has come to this. This is the final play. Once this is done and dusted, we will know who are the first 8 teams that will be joining us in Season 4 of Umzansi. But here we go. Hamodi holding on. We got the grenades getting sent on in. Fear still looking strong. Chris and me. It's a beautiful position. 7 kills on board. Black Clover sitting with 5. Hamodi trying to find that approach back up in towards zone. But of course, Fear, they still have to rotate in. They have not secured themselves a position within the zone. Ahmed, he's looking golden in towards the south. But Fear, they could close this one out. They could bring in some easy claps. Of course, now me trying to make his way forward. Up comes the engagements. A little bit of a pre-fire. Nothing too serious just yet. Blue zone is inching its way forward. So the teams are definitely running out of space. The options are limited. Who's going to be the one to close it out? Fear gets spotted out in the open. The shots come in. Hamodi puts him down. It is now a 1v1v1. Who's going to be the player to clutch it out? Ahmed blows the vehicle up. Down goes Fear. It is now Hamodi and Ahmed to duke it out for that winner chicken dinner. It is Black Clover. It is HORZ Esports who will be the one. HORZ Esports already sitting on 10 kills. Absolutely phenomenal performance. Black Clover also bringing it in with a very comfortable 6. But Amodi now just showing us what an ambush is. He himself has become the bush. He is the bush. But will he be able to bring in that final play to claim that winner chicken dinner? It is going to be such a tough one. And it is now a waiting game. The blue zone is closing up once again. This is going to be our final zone. But neither of these players want to give up that position. There's going to be a 3-point difference with the placement points. Then also we take into consideration the amount of kills they've been able to acquire in this match. But here we go now. Zone moving up. Amodi just sticking to his spot. He is a bush. He will be the bush for as long as he can. Ahmed, however, still just trying to find his way around, trying to see if he can spot that angle. He does have a little bit of a ridge line working in his favor. Amodi is about to get touched by blue. Will he make a bit of a twitch there? Will we see him flinch? Is he going to try and move forward? Yes, a little bit of a flinch coming in. Just trying to stay ahead. He is so close. But of course, he doesn't want to give away that position. It is now a snaking game. It is waiting. Ahmed can feel the blue zone just tickling his thighs, but he needs to get in. Hamodi's feet on the other side getting tickled. Who is going to try and resist the tickle for the longest amount of time? Ahmed just being so daring.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, Hamodi. Come on, Ahmed.
Goodness.
Bring it in.
Oh,
It is going to be
Oh my goodness,
literally
it's so
down to the
close.
final
It's so
moment. The
close.
shots come in. Hamodi takes shots, takes a bit of damage. Oh, come on, Ahmed. He's going to bring it in. Where's the grenades? Where's the, I don't know. Oh, up he comes. Ahmed gets up. Oh, there he goes. Black Clover closes it up, brings in the winner chicken dinner. 7 kills in the final match. Absolutely insane finish.
Man, absolutely insane. Just like you said, coming in with that winner chicken dinner. But HORZ definitely needed a good game coming into this final game and got themselves 10 kills and those 12 points. So definitely that is going to be, count for them really great. Fear just doing a decent amount of work with 7 kills right there and the 3rd place. Enough for them to get into that top 8. Definitely looks like it from where I stand, if my math is correct. But yeah, that was a great game to see, especially that intense 1v1 at the end.
You can see everyone was just waiting and holding out as far as they could and just didn't want to stand up. But patience wins in the end. And I mean, looking at it now, this is going to be an interesting leaderboard. I think we're going to have quite a tight difference between our top 8 and the 8. Unfortunately, that have to come back tomorrow and fight it out once again. But it's great to see that a lot of the teams were consistently putting in effort, and then a lot of teams were actually, reaping their benefits. There was a lot of teams coming in and out of our top 5 and taking some wins, taking some L's, unfortunately, as well. But it was overall a pretty competitive evening, I'd say. DK, what do you think about tonight?
Like, I'm super satisfied with what we had. What the teams brought in. Very competitive gameplay. And of course, if this is what we could expect to see moving back into that season 4 of Umzansi, it is going to be an absolutely amazing show across the board. And of course, we're looking to see that improvement come through. So the 8 teams that don't make it through today, they, as you've mentioned, have that opportunity to come back once again tomorrow to fight it out for their final chance, their final opportunity to secure a position in Umzansi. And I can tell you, I mean, if you're one of the 8 teams coming back tomorrow, just bring everything, including the kitchen sink, to those matches.
You do. It's the last opportunities, their last shot to get into Umzansi. It's what they've been working for, either through Inkosi, the entire season coming through, or from Umzansi, that they fell short to this point in time, but they've been battling it out this weekend to try and stay in this. Now, of course, we'll be going to the standings when they are ready, and then we will look at the overall leaderboard to see who made it and who did not make it and has to come back tomorrow to fight once again. And I'm a little bit sad if I do think that most of our Inkosi teams in this group at least would have had to come back tomorrow if they didn't make it in, if we didn't have, a decent split, because yesterday we had a beautiful split. We had, I think, more Inkosi teams at the end of the day than we did Umzansi teams, but ultimately it was pretty even, I'd say. There was a little bit of a mix-up here. Again, extremely competitive, but I do see more of the Umzansi teams coming in, and our Inkosi teams that we were waiting for once again. Just a little quiet. A little quiet. I mean, I don't want to call out names specifically because we'll check at the scores just now, but there definitely were a lot of teams that I was just waiting for and hoping to see more of. But at least we do still have another day tomorrow. I mean, Fire, from your side, what would you say was the moment that you could really see those teams just capitalizing off of everything that they have been working for, where you could really see they were just in the groove, man? They were just doing what they needed to do. Where was that for you?
For me, it was just, teams like SK, not just in this match, throughout, even the Miramar game, came on and tried as much as possible to get those kills. Even in this final game, you could see they didn't get into the top 3, but they just kept fighting on to get as much points, as much kills as they can. And that's definitely what it takes. So maybe that may just get them into that top 8. So for me, that's just what counts. Keep going.
I think you are on the money there. And here are the standings from that previous game. Now, of course, Black Clover picking up the 7 points. They are at the top with 22, but in second place, also with 22, is HORZ Esports, because they picked up those 10 kills with the 12 points from the coming second place. Fear in third place there with 17 as well. Rain from Hell in fourth place there with 12. Natural Killers coming through in that fifth place spot. YONKOUS picking it up, coming in sixth place. SoulKillers in seventh. Seven Sins Art of Killing in eighth place. Rounding up your top 8 with 4 Umzansi teams and 4 Inkosi teams for your fourth match of the day. If you look at the rest, the Comfy Cartel sitting in 9th place, ScrimFarm in 10th. Way of Success sitting at 11th place with 2 points there. Same can be said for Rainbow Madagascar, who are in 12th place with 2 points. Gorilla Glue falling a little bit off there in 13th. Drogons in 14th. Not Gaming in 15th. And the Magicians, dead last in 16th place. But nothing to work with there. So that's how it unfortunately goes. But here's our MVP, of course, coming through from the team of Fear with 5 kills, 646 damage, and a total survival time of 26 minutes and 22 seconds. Interesting stuff, isn't it? Interesting stuff it is. I mean, DK, what are you thinking about this overall leaderboard?
I'm glad it's over because, man, like, I'm sweating. Like, legit. I am sweating. It's hot. I'm feeling uncomfortable. I'm glad it's over. And I'm pretty sure the teams that find themselves in the top 8, we don't know who it is just yet, but I'm pretty sure they are feeling quite a sigh of relief come over them, because this has been a pretty intense day. I'm not gonna lie, it's been pretty hot, pretty crazy. We've seen some pretty tough players, and the zones got incrementally harder as we moved through the matches, which for me is a great thing, because we want to see the players earn their spots. And with the gameplay, the zones, the rotations, we definitely had that come through quite plentifully.
Oh, this is what we've been waiting for. The first 8 that are going to find themselves a spot in Umzansi Season 4. It's going to be your top 8 from today. It's going to be the top 8 on the leaderboard on your screens right this second. As it's coming up, the suspense is killing me. Please, production, you can't do this to me. Oh, there it is. Ooh. Your top 8 that have just found themselves a spot in Umzansi. First up, we got Black Clover with 49 points with 2 winner chicken dinners. They have put in the work today. SoulKillers in second with 49 points as well. I mean, those kills really came in clutch for them, keeping up to their name. Fear in third place with 48 points as well. What a beautifully balanced performance coming through from them. Rainbow Six Madagascar with 45 points. In fifth place, we've got HORZ Esports making a spot with 40 points. Comfy Cartel have officially found themselves a spot with 38 points. The Natural Killers are still in this with 37 points. And Way of Success have snuck themselves in there with 33 points in 8th place. These are your top 8 everyone that is watching at home, they have just found themselves a spot for Umzansi Season 4. DK, Fire, what do you guys think about that?
I gotta say though,
okay.
this is looking interesting though. Sorry, it's for that one there, Fire, but I mean,
No problem.
oh man, 3 teams from Inkosi making it in. That is beautiful.
That is awesome to see. And I mean, Fire, you were gonna say?
I mean, it's definitely a shame to see a couple of guys who were, leading the entire Inkosi, like YONKOUS, Gorilla Glue, AOK, ScrimFarm, and Magicians. These were all the guys that were at the top of the top throughout the entire Inkosi season, being the ones to not make it in. I definitely would have not predicted that. I would have thought I would see a couple of them, but they've got another chance to come in tomorrow and try to get into that Umzansi. But the Magicians with a total of 9 points. Man, I didn't see that coming. You also got the Drogons, who I believe may come in tomorrow with some extra zeal, some extra fight, and maybe Dan can pull a rabbit out of his hat. So who knows? We'll see how it goes.
Well, as you said, they can still come back tomorrow. There are still 8 spots up for grabs for Umzansi Season 4, and those 8 spots will be taken tomorrow. At the end of the day, we will know who's going through for FIFA. We will know who's going through for PUBG Mobile for Umzansi Season 4. So you definitely want to stay with us. You definitely want to be coming back tomorrow to catch all the action on Not On Gaming Africa's pages like Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. They're all over the show. And of course, if you want to stay up to date with what things are happening, where they are happening, you need to be following their socials. And remember, please go check out the Not On Gaming Africa website. It's live, it's looking beautiful, and all the extra content is there that you want to check out. Remember, tomorrow is Super Sunday. There's so much happening tomorrow. We're going to be seeing a lot of gameplay. We're going to be seeing a lot of teams putting their final stand forward, putting their final potential in a bag and putting it out for the rest and hoping for the best. Hopefully we'll be seeing everyone just putting everything on the line, because it's the last opportunity. It's the last day of promotion relegation matches for Umzansi, and it's the last opportunity for these teams that have fought so hard over this season, over Inkosi, from Umzansi, wherever they may have found themselves. Tomorrow's the last day. So you better come back. You do. You don't have a choice at this point in time. If you've been watching today, you have to come back tomorrow. You can't just leave it. It's like a cliffhanger. You have to see the end of it. But DK, Fire, thank you guys so much for casting with us today. Big shout out to our observant team and our production. They've been doing what they needed to do and giving us all the action alongside our beautiful casters. We'll be back tomorrow, a little bit earlier than today, but same action, same peeps that you've always loved to see, and the beautiful teams fighting tooth and nail tomorrow. Be sure to come check us out. That's it for today. Day number 2 done and dusted. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Cheers.